Chapter 9:28. The two of them were sweating profusely, their faces distorted as they crazily bombarded the barrier. Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't care at all. He was still supporting the barrier with all his strength. Under this situation, the barrier became stronger and stronger. After all, Wang Mang had 3 lesser sovereigns supporting the barrier. Moreover, Wang Mang's strength was no weaker than Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. If he used the Heaven's Chosen technique, Wang Mang's strength would soar again. At the same time, while Wang Mang and the others were still supporting the barrier, Jian Jiuzhou, and the God of Massacre, the newly born little sovereign was somewhat at a loss. He didn't know which side to help. After all, the God of Massacre and Jian Jiuzhou wanted to kill him. However, Wang Mang and the others came aggressively, as if they had bad intentions towards Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. Of course, he was familiar with Wang Mang's name. However, his familiarity with Wang Mang was from a year ago. In other words, his information stopped at the time when Wang Mang was attacked by Jian Jiuzhou and the other two. As for how Wang Mang became a lesser sovereign and ranked 5th on the emperor board, he didn't know, because in order to break through to lesser sovereign, he had been in seclusion for more than a month. Therefore, he missed the news about Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang's current strength shocked him. After all, when did Wang Mang enter the top 5 of the emperor board? In Deer Island, the top 5 of the emperor board was Traceless Moon's position. Could it be that after Wang Mang returned, he successfully killed Traceless Moon for revenge? And now he wants to kill Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But even if he guessed this result, he didn't know who to help. Asking him to help Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre, this was something that he could not do. After all, the two of them had tried to stop and kill him earlier, although they didn't attack together to kill him. However, their ultimate goal was obviously to hunt him down. Therefore, he definitely couldn't help his two enemies. It was precisely because of this that the current situation caused him to be in a difficult position on the spot, and he didn't know what to do. At this moment, the God of Massacre and Jian Hanjiuzu roared at him. "Why aren't you attacking the barrier? Even if we die, do you think they will let you go?" Obviously, the two of them were at their wits' end. They had no choice but to rope in the new junior supreme martial artist, who they originally wanted to kill. Hearing this, the lesser sovereign's body shuddered. His eyes flickered, and in the end, he chose to attack the barrier. Clearly, he was worried that he would be hunted down as well. After all, once the barrier was sealed, his life and death were in the hands of the other party. It would be better for him to first overcome the difficulties with the two of them, blast open the barrier first, and then decide whether to stay or leave. With the addition of this new junior sovereign, the bombardment barrier and the reinforcement barrier fell into a stalemate. Seeing this scene, the female supreme martial artist and the Green Emperor frowned. Similarly, Wang Mang also grinned and said, "You guys reinforce the barrier. I will kill them." After saying this, Wang Mang's figure moved. He raised the halberd in his hand and suspended it in front of him. Then he formed a seal with both hands and immediately used a 6th-level magical ability. Heaven's Chosen technique. I am the one chosen by heaven, and the one and only chosen by heaven. As soon as his voice fell, the terrifying law of devour around Wang Mang's body condensed and shrouded him again. At the same time, the wind and clouds surged in the sky again. A terrifying black beam of the law of devour fell from the sky. Once again, Wang Mang was submerged in the black law of devour. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura began to rise steadily. In the end, Wang Mang's aura reached an unprecedented 5 times. Indeed, the current Wang Mang was an entire 5 times stronger than before he'd utilized his divine ability. At this moment, Wang Mang's terrifying law of devour swept across the world like seawater. The next moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but roar in high spirits. Then, he raised the halberd in his hand and rushed toward Jian Hanjiuzu and the other two. Seeing this scene, Jian Hanjiuzu and the god of massacre couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. Therefore, Wang Mang's aura at this moment was too terrifying. It had surpassed the previous Wang Shun and Jun Bubi. Because of this, how could they not be frightened? Unfortunately, they didn't have time to think too much. After seeing Wang Mang rushing toward them, they couldn't do anything. In the end, they all took out their 6th-level divine weapons and rushed toward Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang suddenly chuckled. He wasn't afraid of fighting against two alone. He flipped the halberd in his hand and swept it horizontally, trying to kill the two of them. However, the two of them were both lesser sovereigns. Although there was a big gap between their strength and Wang Mang's, they were still killed instantly. Among them, the god of massacre raised his spear and blocked Wang Mang's halberd. Jian Hanjiuzu took the opportunity to slash at Wang Mang's face. Obviously, he also knew that slashing at Wang Mang was useless. That was because Wang Mang's 100-battle godly armor was useless, unless they could break Wang Mang's 6th-level divine armor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to kill Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang already knew Jian Hanjiuzu's move. He shook the halberd in his hand, and the law of devour shook the long spear away. Wang Mang then raised the halberd and stabbed it at Jian Hanjiuzu's face. Even if Jian Hanjiuzu wanted to kill him, if he didn't dodge, Jian Hanjiuzu would die first, because Wang Mang's halberd was too long. It was 3 times longer than Jian Hanjiuzu's 6th-level divine weapon. Sure enough, seeing Wang Mang's counterattack, Jian Hanjiuzu had no choice but to give up his attack. At this moment, Jian Hanjiuzu finally knew the benefits of using a spear and a halberd. This weapon was much sharper than his so-called head-of-all-weapons sword, an inch longer, an inch stronger. When weapons of the same level collided, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage from Wang Mang. In the past, he could still rely on his exclusive divine weapon and extremely skilled swordsmanship to suppress Wang Mang. However, ever since Wang Mang had replenished his foundation, he was simply suppressing him. Even if he joined forces with the god of massacre, Wang Mang could also calmly deal with them. At the same time, he was also constantly counterattacking. This caused them to feel more despair the more they fought. Moreover, they soon discovered that they were evenly matched. It was even shorter than the last time. It only lasted for less than an incense stick's worth of time. Wang Mang gradually gained the upper hand and began to completely suppress them. Moreover, as time passed, the enchantment that the female sovereign and the Green Emperor had strengthened was becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, the originally weak enchantment was now 1/2 meter thick. This was the place where Jian Hanjiuzu and the god of massacre felt the most despair. This meant that they had already become turtles in a jar. Chapter 929. Could it be that we are really going to die here today? This was what Jian Jiuzhou and the god of massacre were thinking at this moment. Obviously, when the barrier was completely formed, their hearts sank to the bottom. At the same time, at this moment, a long sword appeared in the female sovereign's hand. She then directly charged towards Jian Jiuzhou. Seeing this scene, Jian Jiuzhou's face sank. However, he still braced himself and went forward to fight, because he had already seen through Wang Mang's idea. Obviously, he wanted to divide them up and eat them. But so what if he saw through it? They had no other way. They could only brace themselves and face it. At the same time, the Green Emperor also laughed out loud. Then, he charged toward the new lesser sovereign in high spirits. Obviously, he couldn't defeat Jian Jiuzhou and the god of massacre. However, he believed that he could still bully a newly promoted lesser sovereign. At this point, the battlefield was completely divided into three. Only the god of massacre was left to face Wang Mang. To be honest, at this moment, the god of massacre's mood was very complicated. His face was as ugly as it could be. If he could defeat Wang Mang, his face wouldn't be so ugly. But the problem was, could he defeat Wang Mang? He couldn't. He and Jian Jiuzhou together. They were still suppressed by Wang Mang, now that he had lost the cooperation of Jian Jiuzhou. He even had a premonition that he might be about to die. Looking at the situation of being enveloped by bad luck, Yi Zichen thought. The god of massacre couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he should have prepared some bad luck talismans and good luck talismans. However, in the past, he was too confident in his own strength. He gradually gave up on talismans and other extremely expensive auxiliary tools. However, he never thought that one day he would need them but didn't have them. At the same time, Wang Mang didn't waste any time. He once again raised the halberd in his hand and charged forward, because Wang Mang didn't even bother to use his divine ability. There was no other reason. Wang Mang felt that even if he didn't use his divine ability, he could still kill Jian Jiuzhou. His battle strength had already formed a crushing momentum, as expected, without the help of Cold Sword of the Nine Regions. Every time the massacre god received a blow from Wang Mang, it was extremely dangerous. He could die at any moment, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Therefore, Wang Mang acted very casually. However, this casual attack of his caused the god of massacre's face to contort. His forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Wang Mang mocked with a playful expression. "What's wrong? I haven't gone all out yet. You can't." In the face of Wang Mang's mockery, the god of massacre's face turned gloomy, and he did not say a word, because he didn't dare to be distracted. Although Wang Mang was mocking him, he didn't dare to be distracted. However, the halberd in his hand was becoming fiercer and fiercer. In the end, he persisted for another incense stick of time. The god of massacre could not help but beg for mercy. "Fellow Taoist, can you let me go? I'm willing to pay any price." Clearly, the current Wang Mang was too powerful. Relying on the halberd in his hand and the absolute suppression of his strength, the god of massacre was unable to breathe. At this moment, there were several deep wounds left by the halberd on his chest. Blood was flowing all over his body. Even the god of massacre's hand, which was holding the halberd, was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was already covered in blood. Hearing this, Wang Mang chuckled and said with an indifferent expression, "Even a little sovereign will beg for mercy? If you beg for mercy, how can you continue to move forward? Without an invincible heart and invincible momentum, how can you become an invincible sovereign?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the god of massacre's face turned pale, and he said, "After this, I will withdraw from the battle of the myriad worlds. Fellow Taoist, please be magnanimous and let me go." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said with a playful tone, "I see. So that's how it is. But why should I let you go?" After saying this, Wang Mang sneered and raised the halberd in his hand again, attacking the god of massacre. Seeing that Wang Mang didn't have the slightest intention of letting him go, the god of massacre changed from begging for mercy to cursing. For a moment, all kinds of unpleasant words came out of his mouth. Even though the injuries all over his body were getting more and more serious, he still struggled and cursed. because he knew that if he gave up struggling, he would die. Even if he died, he would continue to struggle. Unfortunately, this didn't last for long. Ever since Wang Mang's killing intent had been aroused, the god of massacre had basically suffered significant injuries every time he attacked. In the end, Wang Mang's halberd attacks became fiercer and fiercer, not giving the god of massacre any chance to breathe. Then, Wang Mang successfully seized the opportunity and pierced the god of massacre's chest with the halberd in his hand. Obviously, the god of massacre wanted to defend himself, but unfortunately, he was still half a beat too slow. Therefore, as blood splattered everywhere, the god of massacre's face was full of pain. He lowered his head and looked at the halberd in front of his chest, the light in his eyes dimming. In the end, the god of massacre opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, his primordial spirit completely collapsed, and he lost his vitality. Until now, another junior sovereign had easily fallen in the hands of Wang Mang. In the next moment, Wang Mang looked at the halberd in his hand that was devouring the enemy's blood and essence. Wang Mang hurriedly pulled out the halberd, and his upper body transformed into a giant python. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the god of massacre. Then, Wang Mang took the 6th-level divine weapon left behind by the god of massacre with a clear conscience. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 9th Heaven Divine Emperor, Junior Sovereign. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1,000 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, the corners of Wang Mang's mouth rose, and he nodded with satisfaction in his heart. At this time, Wang Mang looked at Jian Jiuzhou, who was not far away. At this moment, Jian Jiuzhou's situation was also very miserable. He was being suppressed by the female supreme. Obviously, the female supreme's foundation was indeed stronger than Jian Jiuzhou's. After all, the female supreme had gained something in the invincible supreme's tomb. In addition to that, there was another important factor. It affected Jian Jiuzhou's performance. That was the scene of Wang Mang suppressing the god of slaughter from start to finish, almost killing him. This simply made Jian Jiuzhou uneasy and unable to fight in peace, especially after seeing the god of massacre completely fall in the hands of Wang Mang. Jian Jiuzhou's heart was even more flustered, and his mentality was somewhat broken. At this moment, Jian Jiuzhou couldn't help but scream. It turned out that the moment Jian Jiuzhou was distracted, the female supreme immediately seized the opportunity and wanted to behead him, but Jian Jiuzhou still reacted. Therefore, his head was not cut off, but his arm had been cut off. He directly lost an arm. But even so, it was not over. The female supreme once again held her sword and charged forward. She tried to take advantage of the situation to chase after him and kill him. In his panic, Jian Jiuzhou held his sword with one hand and stared at the female supreme vigilantly, not daring to be distracted again. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's eyes turned sharp. Holding the halberd in his hand, he whistled out and charged towards Jian Jiuzhou. After hearing the commotion, Jian Jiuzhou completely collapsed. He could no longer focus on the battle because Wang Mang was charging towards him. At that time, no matter how focused he was on the battle, it would be useless. Once Wang Mang made his move, he would attack together with the female supreme. He would definitely not be able to hold on for more than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. There would definitely be no accidents. Therefore, under the combination of fear and anger, Jian Jiuzhou could not help but roar in anger. "Don't come over!" Chapter 930. Hearing this, Wang Mang was taken aback at first, and then his figure steadied. When he saw Jian Jiuzhou's frightened and angry look, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. He could see the naked fear and despair in Jian Zhozhou's eyes. Obviously, at this moment, he, who was incomparably powerful, had completely destroyed all of his opponent's beliefs. After all, the god of massacre, who was stronger than him, had been easily killed by Wang Mang. Therefore, Jian Zhozhou was completely scared out of his wits by Wang Mang. It was normal for him to be afraid of Wang Mang. If it were anyone else, they would also be afraid. Those who were stronger than him had been easily killed by Wang Mang. When it was his turn, it was normal for him to be completely scared out of his wits. After all, even the god of massacre, who was a junior sovereign, had been defeated by Wang Mang to the point of begging for mercy. How could Jian Zhozhou be any better than the god of massacre? The one with the best mentality was none other than Traceless Moonlight, who had fallen in the hands of Wang Mang. At least in terms of mentality, he was much better than the god of massacre and Jian Zhozhou. Unfortunately, even if Jian Zhozhou was scared out of his wits, Wang Mang had no intention of letting him go. Therefore, under Jian Zhozhou's frightened gaze, Wang Mang once again roared out. After seeing Wang Mang's arrival, Jian Zhozhou was completely defeated. His face twisted with malevolence as he charged at Wang Mang like a madman. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. As he spoke, the law of sword around his body began to expand crazily. Obviously, Jian Zhozhou planned to self-destruct. Even if he died, he wouldn't let Wang Mang have an easy time. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang suddenly sneered. The next moment, he raised the halberd in his hand and struck out with all his strength. Then, the devouring halberd swept out like a sharp sword, as fast as lightning. In the end, before Jian Zhozhou could reach Wang Mang, his body was pierced through by Wang Mang's halberd, and he was directly sent flying. In the end, Jian Zhozhou was directly nailed to the boundary by Wang Mang's halberd. At the same time, the aura of the law of sword around Jian Zhozhou, whose face was full of pain, began to dissipate like a deflated balloon. He raised his head with great difficulty, and then looked at Wang Mang and roared with resentment, "I'll wait for you below." After that, Jian Zhozhou's life's life. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. Then Wang Mang waved his hand, and the god devourer halberd flew to his side. Then Wang Mang was faster speed, faster. However, the female supreme martial artist speed was even faster. She directly sucked the frozen sword of 9 provinces into her mouth. At the same time, Jian Zhozhou's was A's was S was U's. Then the female supreme rolled her eyes at Wang Mang and said softly, "Don't be too greedy. You want to take all the benefits." Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled brightly. He was already mentally prepared. He had roped in the female supreme to attack together, so he was destined to share the profits. Moreover, Wang Mang had also seen the previous situation. Even if the female supreme persisted, she would still be able to kill Jian Zhozhou. She might also be able to kill Sword Chill of the 9 prefectures, because the two of them had not reached the point where they could compete with their divine abilities. If they were to compete in divine powers, Jian Zhozhou would definitely not be able to defeat the female supreme. Based on Wang Mang's understanding alone, the female sovereign already possessed no less than 2 level 6 divine abilities. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Wang Mang's mind, frowny face. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the revenge mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Immortal Emperor level treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Immortal Emperor level blind box X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. successfully obtained 6th lower grade good luck card X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not bad. Not bad at all. The harvest this time was really big. Just as Wang Mang was in a good mood, the Green Emperor in the distance couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Fellow Taoists, come and lend me a hand." Hearing this, Wang Mang and the female supreme were stunned and looked sideways. At this moment, the Green Emperor was indeed suppressing the little sovereign. However, there was no crushing situation. He only had the upper hand. This also proved that there was a problem. Either the Green Emperor was too weak, or the strength of this newly promoted little sovereign was indeed not bad. In fact, this little sovereign's strength was indeed not bad. If it weren't for Wang Mang's influence, he really wouldn't be afraid of the Green Emperor in front of him, because the Green Emperor was indeed stronger than him, but there was still a gap if he wanted to kill him. Not only was he well aware of this, but the Green Emperor was also well aware of this. However, the Green Emperor didn't care at all. So what if he couldn't suppress this guy? His two allies had already killed Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. He just needed to stall for time. Wait for Wang Mang and the female supreme to come over. Then they would be able to help him easily kill this newly promoted little sovereign. This was also one of the reasons why the Green Emperor was so calm, because his allies were all very powerful. Thinking of this, the Green Emperor couldn't help but sneer at the newly promoted little sovereign. So what if your strength is not bad? Today, you still can't escape death. Today, this emperor will eat meat and devour a little sovereign to have a taste. Hearing this, the newly promoted little sovereign's face became extremely gloomy and ugly, but he was speechless. However, the Green Emperor's face made him very angry and disgusted. How could such a person become a little sovereign? The heavens were really blind. Can anyone become a junior sovereign? However, when he thought of Wang Mang and the female supreme on the side, he couldn't help sweating profusely. However, he didn't beg for mercy, nor did he panic. In contrast, his state of mind was obviously better than Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. This was something that both Wang Mang and the female utmost exalted could tell. At this time, the female supreme suddenly turned her head and smiled playfully at Wang Mang. "Are you ready to deal with this guy now?" Hearing this, the corners of Wang Mang's mouth rose slightly. "2, 1 for each of us, just enough for us." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the female supreme was stunned. She looked at the newly promoted little sovereign and said softly, "How about this? The Green Emperor is yours. You can kill him. Leave this newly promoted little sovereign to me. I'm going to keep him alive. I have other uses for him." Hearing this, Wang Mang frowned. He could see it at a glance. The female supreme somewhat appreciated this newly promoted little sovereign. However, Wang Mang couldn't say anything. After all, the female supreme still owed him a favor. As long as it wasn't a crisis for his own interests, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't fall out with the female supreme so easily. Therefore, in the face of the female supreme's small request, which was not excessive, Wang Mang had no reason to refuse, so he nodded and said, "Okay." At the same time, because of the conversation between the two, they didn't use sound transmission. Because of that, the conversation between Wang Mang and the female utmost exalted ended. The Green Emperor and the newly promoted little sovereign, who were not far away, also heard it clearly. The Green Emperor, who was originally in high spirits, couldn't be happy anymore. The smile on his face stiffened, and his body began to tremble. Chapter 931. In fact, the Green Emperor felt his scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. Obviously, the Green Emperor wasn't a fool. He understood the conversation between the two almost instantly. Thinking that Wang Mang was about to kill him after he had outlived his usefulness, the Green Emperor couldn't help but feel terrified. In the end, under the playful gaze of the newly promoted junior sovereign, the Green Emperor looked at Wang Mang in horror and pleaded with a trembling voice, "Fellow cultivator, you can't do this. We're allies." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes were full of disdain as he sneered with his hands clasped behind his back. "Who do you think you are to be my ally? When you were in danger, you abandoned me and ran away. You still have the face to mention the word ally to me?" Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Green Emperor's face turned pale. He hurriedly explained, "Fellow cultivator, I had no choice at that time. If I had known that you were so powerful, I wouldn't have left you behind." Hearing this before Wang Mang could speak, the newly promoted junior sovereign sneered, "Is this the reason you abandoned your ally? You're simply a villain with no credibility. I've never understood how a person like you became a junior sovereign. Now, it's natural for this fellow cultivator to kill you. There's no need to pay attention to fellow cultivators when dealing with villains. After all, you were the one who was heartless first. This fellow cultivator is just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Hearing the words of the newly promoted junior sovereign, Wang Mang's face became a lot happier, revealing a magnanimous look. "Not bad. This kid is very self-aware. He's very good at reading people's expressions. He's obviously flattering me, but he said it in a very righteous manner." Even Wang Mang felt that it made sense when he heard this, because this was the truth. This guy was heartless first, so he couldn't be blamed. There was no such thing as killing a donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Green Emperor, what else do you have to say? Back then, you did this to me. Now, I'll use the same method to deal with you. Is there a problem?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Green Emperor was naturally able to tell how intense Wang Mang's killing intent was, especially Wang Mang's cold gaze. His killing intent was hard to conceal. Thus, in his fear and anger, the Green Emperor cursed out loud, "You hypocrite! If you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you have to be so sanctimonious? I just abandoned you and ran away. I didn't kill you. Now you want to kill me to the last man. Get rid of me as soon as I've outlived my usefulness. How dare you talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grinned and said, "These words were meant for you to hear, so that you can die without regrets. However, if you hadn't abandoned me and fled, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you." At this point, Wang Mang sighed with emotion. "But you said that you abandoned your ally. If you had stayed away from me, I wouldn't have been able to find a chance to kill you. But, you idiot, you still took the initiative to come to me in the 13 cities. You didn't give me any reason to let you go." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Green Emperor's face was full of regret. Obviously, he was very regretful now. He had been careless back then. That's right. Wang Mang was also a lesser supreme like him. How could he be so magnanimous? If Wang Mang was really so good-tempered, magnanimous, and easy to offend, how could Wang Mang become a lesser supreme? If he was really so good-tempered, easy to bully, and magnanimous, it was unknown whether Wang Mang could survive until now. At the same time, looking at Green Emperor's regretful expression, the corners of Wang Mang's mouth rose slightly. He took out the halberd in his hand and attacked Green Emperor. Seeing this, Green Emperor couldn't help but panic. He quickly took out his 6th-level divine weapon. Then, he braced himself and went to meet Wang Mang. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that Green Emperor's eyes were full of fear. After all, Traceless Fallen Moon, Cold Sword of the 9 Provinces, and the God of Massacre were all killed by Wang Mang. Therefore, Green Emperor was naturally afraid of Wang Mang. In the next moment, he saw Wang Mang's halberd slashing at him. Green Emperor's face was pale. He hurriedly activated the laws with all his strength and raised the saber in his hand to block it. However, at this moment, Wang Mang's halberd suddenly turned from slashing to sweeping. Clang! Along with the sound of weapons colliding, Green Emperor, who had blocked Wang Mang's halberd, was sent flying by the terrifying shock wave. However, in the next moment, Wang Mang rushed forward and slashed the halberd in his hand at Green Emperor again. Green Emperor's face was full of fear. He hurriedly raised the saber in his hand to block. Clang! Clang! The weapons collided several times. Without exception, Green Emperor blocked all of them with difficulty. However, in the next moment, he faced Wang Mang's halberd attack again. Green Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his saber to block again. However, Wang Mang's speed this time was several times faster than before. Finally, there was a slashing sound. The halberd in Wang Mang's hand chopped off Green Emperor's head in the air. Scalding blood spilled out of the wound. Similarly, after losing his head, Green Emperor, the power of laws in his body was rapidly spreading. At the same time, his primordial spirit and vitality were also rapidly dissipating. After a moment, Green Emperor's corpse fell from the sky powerlessly. Seeing this, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into the body of a giant python and swallowed it into its bloody mouth. At the same time, Wang Mang casually put away the sixth-stage divine weapon that Green Emperor had obtained into his storage space. To be honest, Wang Mang was actually quite curious about how this guy had obtained a sixth-stage divine weapon. After all, sixth-stage divine weapons were really not easy to obtain. Even this newly promoted Lesser Supreme didn't have a sixth-stage divine weapon. Of course, this was a good thing for Wang Mang. Every sixth-stage divine weapon was a rare treasure. Until now, Wang Mang had obtained 3 sixth-stage divine weapons. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 9th Heaven God Emperor, Lesser Supreme. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1,000 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Not bad. Not bad at all. After sorting out the gains this time, it would definitely increase his accumulation by a lot. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. You have already reached Lesser Supreme, and there is no possibility for you to advance any further. Deal with all the matters of the path of war, and head to a new world. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 100 billion energy points. Immortal Emperor-level treasure, chest X1. Mission 2, you have already reached Lesser Supreme, and there is no possibility for you to advance any further. Deal with all the matters of the path of war and head to a new world and join a low-grade 6th-stage force. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 200 billion energy points. Immortal Emperor-level blind box, X1. Immortal Emperor-level treasure, chest X1. Mission 3. You have already reached Lesser Supreme, and there is no possibility for you to advance any further. Deal with all the matters of the path of war, and head to a new world and join a mid-grade 6th-stage force. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 300 billion energy points. Immortal Emperor-level blind box, X1. Immortal Emperor-level treasure, chest X1. Chapter 932. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. Although he knew that he might not be able to reach the Grand Supreme Realm, he didn't expect the system's answer to be so straightforward. It was almost telling Wang Mang by name. It was impossible to become a Grand Supreme Realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt a little regretful, but it was within his expectations. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to ponder about the system's missions. The 3 missions issued by the system, without exception, were all to go to the new world of the 6-color teleportation stone. This world was obviously a 6th-order world, and there were legendary 6th-order powerhouses here. Of course, the difficulty of the mission was not too high for Wang Mang. He just had to join a force. Wang Mang admitted that although he hadn't reached the 6th order, however, if he joined a low-tier 6 organization, it should be very simple and easy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made a choice in his heart. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the 3rd mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to get the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded secretly, then raised his hand and began to bombard the barrier. Since he was preparing to leave the path of myriad worlds, Wang Mang naturally had to strive to maximize the benefits. For example, he had a lot of good things now, including his own. He had a total of 3 king tokens. Now that he was ready to leave, he could naturally sell this king token. He could even sell it for a good price. Thinking of this, after blasting open the barrier, Wang Mang then said to the female Supreme Realm and the newly promoted Junior Supreme Realm with a chuckle, "The 2 of you, I am going to auction the king tokens before leaving the path of myriad worlds. If the 2 of you are interested, you can also come to the 13 cities to participate in the auction held by me." Yes, Wang Mang was going to auction all 3 king tokens, but at this moment, the ancient true god's angry voice sounded. "Wang Mang, if you want to auction, then auction off the other king's medallions. If I'm auctioned off by you, it's the same as failing to choose a master." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. Then he sent a message to Wang Mang. "Haven't I already reached the lesser sovereign realm? How can you say that you failed in choosing a master?" The true deity of ancients' angry voice resounded. "You can simply wait until the War of the Infinite Worlds is over and not participate at all. When the time comes, the monarch ranking will consider you to have given up on the path to conquer the heavens. I won't be affected by it." After hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he nodded and agreed. In any case, this fellow was the one who chose him as its master, so it was quite useful to him. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally couldn't get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. At this moment, the female sovereign's heart skipped a beat after hearing Wang Mang's words. He guessed that Wang Mang must have a king's decree in his hands. After all, the 10 supreme martial artists had been born a long time ago. It was normal for him to have a king's decree, because even Jian Jiuzhou had a king's decree, which fell into her hands. Wang Mang killed the god of massacre and traceless moonlight, so he should have at least 2 king's tokens in his hands. After a long silence, the female sovereign suddenly said, "I believe there should be a lot of people interested in the king's decree. Moreover, as time passes, more and more lesser sovereigns will be born. The higher the value of the king's decree in your hands, you can wait a while before selling it." After listening to the female sovereign's words, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. Then he thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The path to conquer the heavens had only been open for a little more than a year. At present, there weren't many powerful lesser sovereigns. In this case, it would be difficult for him to sell it for a good price. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly frowned. Should he wait a while before selling it? Anyway, he already had a king's decree. He could return to the path to conquer the heavens at any time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made a decision in his heart. This thing could be sold at any time. Moreover, as long as the path to conquer the heavens hadn't ended, he could sell the king's decree at any time. Fellow Taoist words are reasonable. I will sell this king's decree later. After saying that, Wang Mang nodded to the female sovereign and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, see you next time. After saying that, Wang Mang directly left and flew into the distance. After arriving at a desolate and uninhabited land of ruins, Yi Zichen and the others arrived at a desolate and abandoned place. Wang Mang took out the six-colored teleportation stone. Obviously, there was no mission for him to continue staying in the path to conquer the heavens. Therefore, Wang Mang was ready to go to a new world. To be honest, Wang Mang was still very curious about the new Rank 6 world. Rank 6. In the past, the Great Desolate World was only at the peak of Rank 5. Therefore, it was a world of a higher level than the peak of Rank 5. A Rank 6 world, Wang Mang was naturally very eager and curious. In the next moment, Wang Mang activated the six-colored teleportation stone without hesitation. Then, a door appeared out of thin air and sucked Wang Mang into it. Ancestral realm of heaven wasteland. In the heavens and realms, ancestral realm of heaven wasteland was also an extremely tyrannical world. Every Rank 6 powerhouse in this world, they were all overlords in the heavens and realms. Because the biggest difference between a Rank 6 world and a Rank 5 world was a Rank 6 world sealed off a Rank 5 world. In other words, every Rank 5 world in a heavens and realms nearby, there was a Rank 6 world that ruled and monitored the Rank 5 world in order to prevent the Rank 5 world from escaping their control. Because a Rank 6 world had a ruling position over a Rank 5 world. Moreover, once a Rank 5 powerhouse tried to break through to Rank 6, they would be suppressed and destroyed by the Rank 6 world powerhouse. For example, the former Rank 6 world, Chaos World. In the end, Pangu and the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born. In order to create a new world, in order to create a Rank 6 world, even if it was a pseudo-Rank 6 world. Unfortunately, it failed in the end, because once a Rank 6 world was destroyed, it would be suppressed and annexed by the other Rank 6 worlds. Because to let a Rank 6 world sublimate to a higher level, in order to do so, one had to possess sufficient world law origins. Therefore, once a Rank 6 world was destroyed, it was impossible to not drop in level. As for why, the other Rank 6 worlds, to plunder the other world's origin, and to suppress the Rank 5 worlds, because a Rank 6 world had a formal great Tao establishment. For example, a Rank 6 low-grade world. The number of Rank 6 powerhouses allowed to be born was very limited. A Rank 6 world could have the following Rank 6 powerhouses. Rank 6 low-grade world. 1 late-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 10 mid-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 100 early-stage Rank 6 powerhouse. Rank 6 middle-grade world. 2 late-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 20 mid-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 200 early-stage Rank 6 powerhouse. Rank 6 high-grade world. 3 late-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 30 mid-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 300 early-stage Rank 6 powerhouse. Rank 6 top-grade world. 10 late-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 100 mid-stage Rank 6 powerhouse, 1,000 early-stage Rank 6 powerhouse. Chapter 933. This was the mandatory requirement of a Rank 6 world. In other words, under the situation where the Rank 6 world was fully established, unless there was a vacancy. Otherwise, Even if one had the foundation and qualifications, they would not be able to break through, to put it bluntly. So what if you had the qualifications and qualifications? You would still be unable to break through, unless there was a vacancy. Only then could they break through. Similarly, ancestral realm heaven wasteland was the same. As to why there was such a rule, because the rank 6 world had the great Tao establishment. The great Tao establishment meant that this rank 6 world had already obtained the recognition of the great Tao. This was equivalent to the world having an identity card where the great Tao was. There was no exception. If one's accumulated foundation was sufficient, they could go to other rank 6 worlds and try their luck to obtain a spot. At the same time, at this moment, ancestral realm heaven wasteland, northern desolate land, in the endless demon-suppressing mountain range that was millions of kilometers long, Wang Mang suddenly appeared in a forest. After opening his eyes, Wang Mang looked around. This was a forest that seemed like a primitive forest. Something worth mentioning was Wang Mang discovered that the power of laws here was too huge. In this brand new world, the power of laws was flowing. Is this a rank 6 world? After looking around for a while, Wang Mang could not help but mutter to himself. After looking around for a while, Wang Mang suddenly heard a commotion coming from afar. Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed towards the direction of the commotion. Very soon, Wang Mang arrived near a forest. At this moment, there were several god emperor black-robed figures chasing after a young man and woman. Comparatively, these two young man and woman were not weak. They had similarly reached the middle stage god emperor realm. It's just that they were slightly weaker than these 5 black-robed figures, because these 5 black-robed figures had all reached the middle stage god emperor realm. No matter if it was in terms of strength or numbers, they far surpassed this young man and woman. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang could not help but sigh. This was a winner in life who won at the starting line. Look at how young they were, and they had already reached the god emperor realm. Moreover, the 2 celestial large realm youths were using the power of laws. From this, it could be seen how much of an advantage they had. One had to know that even the saints of the primordial world were only proficient in using the power of the heavenly law. However, the people who were born and raised here had an innate advantage, something that a Tier 5 world could never hope to achieve. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel a little envious and complicated. He thought that he had a great advantage. But after coming to a rank 6 world, Wang Mang realized that there were too many people with better lives than him. He was a native of this place. His starting point was even higher than the countless living beings in the universe. It was so high that countless living beings would never be able to touch it, even if they were to sink into eternal oblivion. At this moment, Wang Mang pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "All of you, stop." Following Wang Mang's angry roar, the 5 black-clothed men and the young man and woman were all stunned. For a moment, the 7 of them stopped in their tracks and hurriedly looked sideways at Wang Mang. When they realized that they could not see through Wang Mang, the black-clothed men and young men and women present all had solemn expressions. Not being able to see through meant that the other party's strength far exceeded their own. This was common knowledge that all living beings in a rank 6 world knew, even if Wang Mang restrained his aura to the extreme. They also did not dare to act rashly. After pondering for a moment, the 5 black-clothed, middle-aged men all cupped their hands at Wang Mang and said, "Greetings, we're from the Black Fiend sect." Hearing that, Wang Mang's heart suddenly moved, but he had some doubts in his heart. He had just come to this rank 6 world and naturally did not know. What was the situation with this so-called Black Fiend sect? But Wang Mang guessed that this Black Fiend sect should not be simple. After all, the members of the Black Fiend sect had all reached the God Emperor realm. Then, the possibility of the Black Fiend sect's powerhouses having rank 6 powerhouses was very high. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not act rashly. He turned to look at the other young man and woman and asked indifferently with his hands behind his back, "What about you? Who are you? And why are they chasing after you?" Hearing that, the young man and woman looked at each other, hesitated, and said softly, "Greetings. We're from the northern wilderness 30 countries. I'm the prince of the Rion country. As for why they're chasing after me," speaking of this, the young man paused and smiled bitterly, because the disciple of the Black Fiend sect's great elder was born in the Rion country, and his family was later wiped out. After he knew that I was the prince of the Rion country, he targeted and humiliated me in every possible way and tried to kill me several times. When the Black Fiend sect was driven into a corner, I could only leave the Black Fiend sect, one of the 3 major sects in the northern wilderness continent. Hearing that, the black-clothed middle-aged man immediately swung his sleeves and sneered. "How dare you? A traitor is a traitor. What reason do you have to quibble?" Saying that, the black-clothed man who was the leader looked at Wang Mang and cupped his hands. "Senior, please don't interfere. It's our Black Fiend sect's business." Hearing that, the beautiful woman hurriedly begged Wang Mang, "Senior, please save us. Senior, please save us. As long as Senior can save us, we are willing to do anything for Senior." Hearing that, Wang Mang was about to speak. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared. It swept over from the distant sky. This also caused the sky above the demon subduing mountain to change color. The power of the laws of heaven and earth also formed a violent storm that swept over. This immediately made Wang Mang's face change drastically. This aura was too strong. It was much stronger than the aura of the Thunder King Sikongshun. This proved that the strength of the newcomer had definitely reached the 6th stage. That was because even Wang Mang felt abnormally oppressed by this oppressive might. After all, Wang Mang was a 5th stage Lesser Supreme. With such strength, although he hadn't reached the 6th stage, he wasn't much weaker than the 6th stage. The next moment, the figure of a young man in a white robe appeared in front of him. This young man in a white robe looked very handsome. His handsome face was full of cold arrogance, and the white cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly in the air, looking down at everyone present. The next moment, there was a plop sound, only to see the 5 black-clothed, middle-aged men of the Black Fiend sect, and the young man and woman, one after another, knelt down on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Tian Huang." Hearing that, the young man standing proudly in the air had his hands behind his back. He looked down at Wang Mang and said in a cold tone, "Why don't you kneel when you see me, a slave smuggled from the lower realm?" Chapter 934. After hearing the young man's words, Wang Mang was stunned. What the F***CK? There was such a rule in a rank 6 world. One had to kneel and bow when seeing a rank 6 expert after seeing the people around him kneeling on the ground. Wang Mang knew that there was an 80 to 90% chance that such a rule really existed. Or perhaps this guy was special and belonged to a powerful force. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes flickered and his expression became uncertain. Although this guy's words made Wang Mang very angry and even made him want to kill him, Wang Mang did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he guessed this guy's identity. How did this guy know that he sneaked in from the outside? Could it be that the rank 6 world's inspection was so strict? How long had he been in? At most, less than half an hour. In the end, a rank 6 expert came knocking on his door. Therefore, before he figured out the rules, Wang Mang naturally did not dare to act rashly. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be puzzled. Fellow Taoist, although your strength is far stronger than mine, it is not enough to suppress me. Why must I kneel and bow to you? After hearing Wang Mang's words, the white-robed young prodigy was enraged. His face was filled with malevolence as he rebuked. Presumptuous, you cheap slave smuggled in from the outside world. You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, a rank 6 divine weapon had already appeared in his hand. At this time, the other 5 black-robed middle-aged men from the Black Fiend sect all looked at Wang Mang with a face full of ridicule. If Wang Mang was from the native world and had such powerful strength, they would naturally be wary. This was because they weren't sure if Wang Mang had reached the 6th rank, but they did not expect Wang Mang to be a cheap slave smuggled in from the outside world. For a moment, they did not have the slightest respect for Wang Mang. Their eyes were even filled with disdain, because cheap slaves smuggled in from the outside world could not escape the clutches of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was the largest power in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Behind him stood the strongest expert of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Therefore, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall were existences that the people of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland did not dare to provoke. They were equivalent to the existence that maintained the order of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Their power was monstrous, and no force dared to provoke them. Therefore, many forces would even invite the Heaven Desolate Palace to participate in conflicts that could not be resolved. Therefore, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were naturally very arrogant. In an instant, the 7 people from the Black Fiend sect began to speak. It's best if you don't struggle. Obediently follow the Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and leave. That's right. No one can contend against the people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. If you know what's good for you, then don't resist. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of angering Lord Tian Huang. At this moment, the young man and woman who had previously asked Wang Mang for help also looked at Wang Mang with disdain. Among them, the good-looking woman couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "By Shui is so happy, I thought it was a 6th order powerhouse. I didn't expect it to be a cheap slave smuggled in from the outside world." Obviously, Wang Mang's identity had aroused everyone's disgust and disdain. Previously, they had even called Wang Mang a senior. Now, not to mention a senior, they had directly changed to calling him a cheap slave. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was extremely gloomy. This white-robed young genius was indeed stronger than him. Moreover, he was a 6th order powerhouse. It was fine that he had been humiliated like this. But who did these guys think they were? They were nothing but 5th order powerhouses. How dare they humiliate him like this? In his rage, Wang Mang could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He looked coldly at the white-robed youth in the sky and mocked with disdain. "What? Do you think you can kill me? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy? When you were a 5th order powerhouse, you were just a mediocre ant. Now that you've become a 6th order powerhouse, you're still an ant. You want me to kneel? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the 5 people from the Black Fiend sect, as well as the young man and woman present, at that moment, they were all looking at Wang Mang with dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Obviously, they had never dreamed that Wang Mang would be so cruel. Not only did he not pay attention to Lord Tian Huang, but he also directly cursed at him. For a moment, they were collectively dumbfounded. "Big brother, you're a cheap slave from the outside world. Where did you get the courage to curse at Lord Tian Huang? Even if you want to die, you don't have to do this, right? Similarly, Li Taijian was also dumbfounded. He also did not expect this cheap slave to be so arrogant. After coming back to his senses, Li Taijian was immediately furious. In fact, his face was somewhat distorted in anger, because Wang Mang's words had completely torn open his scar. The Fifth Order powerhouse did not participate in the Battle of the Heavens. He was indeed very regretful, but he did not dare to face it, because the Fifth Order powerhouse's participation in the Battle of the Heavens was too tragic. Basically, it was a 10 out of 10 death ratio. Therefore, he kept telling himself in his heart, he was from the Sixth Order world. He did not have to participate in the Battle of the Heavens between the Fifth Order slaves at all. But in fact, was that really the case? No. People from the Sixth Order world. Many of them participated in the Battle of the Heavens, but the result would not be too good, even the world they were in. There were also prodigies who participated in the Battle of the Heavens. It was just that he did not know what was going on now. However, under anger, Li Taibai had already developed a strong killing intent towards Wang Mang. He was just a cheap slave who was smuggled in from the outside world. So, what if he killed him? Thinking of this, Li Taijian said with a ferocious face, "Ant, today, I'll let you see who the ant is. Even if your strength is infinitely close to the Sixth Order, you're still an ant." After saying that, Li Taijian waved the long sword in his hand, and the terrifying sword Law turned into sword Qi and swept out. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's face suddenly changed, and he immediately retreated. Rumble! The next moment, this was a terrifying sword Law, sword Qi. He even directly slashed out a several 100,000-meter deep ravine where Wang Mang was at. Similarly, if the people of the Black Fiend sect and the young man and woman did not run fast enough, they would probably have died. But for Li Taijian's behavior, they were angry because Li Taijian did not treat their lives as humans at all. When he made his move earlier, they could see it clearly, but they only dared to curse in their hearts and did not dare to make a sound. At the same time, after seeing Li Taijian make his move, Wang Mang's face was full of killing intent. The next moment, Wang Mang made a gesture with both hands, preparing to use the Heaven's chosen technique. Because Li Taijian's strength at the Sixth Order could be said to be very tyrannical, if he did not use the Heaven's chosen technique, he really would not be able to compete with him. At this moment, in the distant sky, a voice shouted angrily, "Li Taijian, stop! The ancestor of Tian Huang ordered. He wants to see this fellow Taoist." Chapter 935. This sudden voice resounded between heaven and earth. From the pressure and laws contained in the voice, the person who came was obviously a rank 6 powerhouse. This also caused Wang Mang, who was preparing for a big battle, to stop. From this sentence, he could hear a lot of things. This so-called ancestor of Tian Huang should be a big shot. Moreover, he was a very powerful big shot. In the next moment, Li Taijian's actions proved Wang Mang's guess. Li Taijian, who was about to attack, suddenly froze and immediately stopped. The long sword in his hand was also put down. At the same time, in the distant sky, a green-robed figure instantly swept over, carrying the terrifying aura of a rank 6 powerhouse. It caused the surrounding power of the laws of heaven and earth to surge wildly, and the sky and earth changed color. In the next moment, an immortal-like old man with a head full of white hair and black hair appeared in the sky. He had a kind smile on his face and looked very kind, giving people the feeling of an old grandfather. After the green-robed old man appeared, Li Taijian immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Greetings, Elder Wang." Hearing this, Elder Wang smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, there's no need to catch him. The ancestor of Tian Huang wants to see this young friend." Hearing this, Li Taijian's face was full of unwillingness. He looked coldly at Wang Mang, then turned into a stream of light and flew away without saying a word. As for Wang Mang, although he did not understand the situation, he still carefully cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior." Yes, this old man was really amazing. His aura was too terrifying. It was not something that Li Taijian could compare to. Even if he did not release his pressure, the aura that he inadvertently revealed. However, it also made Wang Mang feel a burst of fear and trepidation. This proved that this old thing, oh no, this old man's strength was very terrifying. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally did not dare to challenge him. Hearing this, the old man smiled and waved his long sleeve. "Young friend, follow me." In the next moment, Wang Mang flew directly to the old man's side uncontrollably. This kind of method also caused Wang Mang to be inexplicably terrified. This was definitely not inferior to a sixth-level finger creation. One must know that the previous Li Taijian, but there was no such terrifying method. He waved his sleeves and brought him over. The mastery of the spatial laws was simply too high. Thinking of this, Wang Mang put on an obedient look and pretended to be puzzled. "Senior, may I know why the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland wants to see me?" Hearing this, the old man stroked his white beard and chuckled. "Just follow me. I don't dare to guess the thoughts of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland." As he spoke, the old man left with the wind, leaving behind the 5 dumbfounded people from the Black Fiend sect, as well as the completely dumbfounded young man and woman. Clearly, they did not expect that Wang Mang, who was about to die, would be taken away by the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Now, they could only hope that Wang Mang's fate would be the worst. The worse, the better. Otherwise, he would offend an existence that was suspected to be a sixth-order powerhouse. In the future, their lives would definitely not be easy, although they also had a sixth-order powerhouse behind them. But if they offended a sixth-order powerhouse, they were simply not worth the sixth-order powerhouse behind them to take action for them. At the same time, Heaven Wasteland Domain was located in the sky above the Eastern God Continent, Southern Barbarian Continent, Western Demon Continent, and Northern Wasteland Continent. To put it bluntly, Heaven Wasteland Domain stood above the 4 continents. As to why it stood above the 4 continents, this was a bit like the Purple Cloud Palace in the world of chaos, since it could stand at the top of the world. This in itself represented a transcendent status. This also made Wang Mang even more apprehensive. The ancestor of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Could it be a big shot of the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland Domain? Yes. In the process of hurrying along with the old man, Wang Mang also learned some information about this world. For example, the name of the world and the division of the sixth-order powerhouses. The sixth-order powerhouses were divided into 3 realms. They were Early Sixth Order, Sector Lord Realm, Middle Sixth Order, World King Realm, Late Sixth Order, Sovereign Realm. The so-called Sector Lord Realm was a Sixth Order world. In a Sixth Order world, as long as one reached the Sixth Order, one could barely be considered the master of a Sixth Order world. Of course, this referred to barely. Only the Sixth Order Sovereign Realm was the true master of a Sixth Order world, However, this realm was temporarily out of Wang Mang's reach. This was because Wang Mang hadn't even reached the 6th rank yet, not to mention the Sovereign Realm. At this time, the kind-looking old man chuckled. "We're here. The Heaven Wasteland Hall is in front. Little friend, you must be careful when you speak. Do not anger the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland." Faced with the reminder of the kind-looking old man, Wang Mang was a little surprised. This proved that the old man had a good impression of him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." Hearing this, the old man smiled and led Wang Mang into the majestic and solemn Heaven Wasteland Hall. It was worth mentioning, Wang Mang discovered that this so-called Heaven Wasteland Hall was not guarded by experts. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang was relieved. The expert who lived in this Heaven Wasteland Hall, it was very likely that he was the strongest in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Such an expert stayed in the Heaven Wasteland Hall. How could there be an expert who dared to act rashly? After entering the Heaven Wasteland Hall, Wang Mang was even more surprised to discover this was a pitch-black hall. It was very dark inside, giving people a gloomy feeling. Moreover, the laws in this hall were also the laws of darkness. Good fellow, could it be that the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland also mainly cultivated the laws of darkness? It just so happened to be the same as the Supreme Demon Master. Although he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, Wang Mang was still very reserved. Following the old man, he gradually went deeper into the Heaven Wasteland Hall. Wang Mang finally saw a throne piled up with countless white bones and skulls. On this throne, shrouded by the laws of darkness, a figure was shrouded by the laws of darkness. The figure's face and body could not be seen clearly. However, his pair of scarlet eyes were extremely bright. Moreover, this terrifying aura of the laws of darkness spread. Wang Mang even felt his primordial spirit and true spirit trembling. At this time, the white-haired old man in a green robe hurriedly bowed, respectfully. Old servant Qing Feng greets the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland. Ancestor of Heaven Wasteland, this young friend is the person you want to see. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart trembled. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Junior Wang Mang greets the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland. The next moment, a hoarse voice like that of hell sounded. "Qing Feng, you can go." Hearing this, the old man in a green robe hurriedly bowed respectfully and left. For a moment, in the dark Heaven Wasteland Hall, only Wang Mang, who was completely at a loss, was left. At this time, on the throne, the voice of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland sounded again. "Young friend, don't be afraid. I asked you to come here because I want to know some information." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior, please feel free to ask. This junior will definitely tell you everything he knows." The next moment, the voice of the Lord of Heaven Wasteland sounded again. But after hearing the question of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland, Wang Mang could not help but feel his hair stand on end. Chapter 936. Little friend, you should have just quit the expedition path, right? Hearing this, Wang Mang's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. "Yes, senior." This kind of news couldn't be concealed at all. Everyone who has some understanding of the path of war in the myriad worlds. Basically, they all knew about the path of conquest. Therefore, Wang Mang simply nodded and admitted it. The next moment, on the throne, the voice of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland sounded again. "Little friend, why did you choose to quit the expedition path after becoming a junior sovereign? If I'm not wrong, the path of battle in the heavens and realms has just opened, right? Little friend, now that you've reached the lesser sovereign level, your name should be well known even in the path of conquest of all heavens." Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled brightly. "Senior, you must be joking. It's just an undeserved reputation. Moreover, this junior also knows that I can't compete for the invincible sovereign, so I simply gave up on the expedition path." After saying that, Wang Mang looked uneasily at the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland on the throne, who was shrouded in the law of darkness. The next moment, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland's voice sounded again. However, the question this time caused all the hair on Wang Mang's body to stand on end. It seems that my guess is correct. Little friend, have you ever met the god of massacre in the expedition path? Damn it! The god of massacre. Big brother, are you serious? Is the god of massacre your descendant? Oh my God! I can't be so unlucky, right? The god of massacre is already dead. Why did such a powerful father appear? For a moment, Wang Mang's whole body became a little stiff, and he only felt a chill on his back. If one looked carefully, one would even find that there were faint drops of sweat on Wang Mang's forehead. After all, no matter who encountered this, they would collapse or even panic. It was already very good that Wang Mang didn't pee his pants on the spot. However, even if Wang Mang didn't pee his pants, his current state wasn't much better. After all, the god of massacre's blade was still in his storage space. If the god of massacre was truly a descendant of the ancestor of Tian Huang, then the god of massacre would be a great threat to Tian Huang. Then, if Wang Mang was exposed, his fate would be extremely miserable. At this time, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland on the throne also noticed the abnormality. His voice was as cold as hell. What's wrong, little friend? Don't worry. Even if you kill him, I won't blame you. After all, once you step onto the path of conquering the myriad worlds, the outcome is already determined. Either you succeed, or you die trying. Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart suddenly moved, and he secretly sneered. You old bastard, you still want to insult me. If I'm a fool, I'll believe you. Evidently, Wang Mang did not believe what the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland said at all. Thus, Wang Mang said helplessly, Senior, I am indeed acquainted with the god of massacre. Not only do I know him, but I also have a grudge with him. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland on the throne suddenly said with a slightly interested voice, Little friend, tell me about it. After hearing the words of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland, Wang Mang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This old bastard was indeed lying to him. If he said that he didn't know him earlier, this old bastard saw through his abnormality and would never believe what he said. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said with a helpless face, Senior, there's something you don't know. Before the myriad worlds conquering the myriad worlds officially opened, there are 10 lesser sovereigns in the 12 cities. These 10 lesser sovereigns occupy the top 10 of the monarch ranking. Among them, the massacre god is ranked 6th. In addition, his allies are the 5th and 8th of the monarch ranking. When the 3 of them join forces, even the top 3 of the monarch ranking can't do anything to them. Moreover, every time a genius breaks through to lesser sovereign, they will be killed by the 10 lesser sovereigns. Basically, at least 18 of the 20 new lesser sovereigns will be killed by them. Back then, when I was breaking through to the next realm, I encountered the god of massacre's 3-man alliance. If I didn't happen to run into the 2nd and 3rd of the monarch ranking, I'm afraid I would have died under their alliance. Speaking of this, Wang Mang had a look of lingering fear, and it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. After all, Wang Mang was indeed telling the truth, and not making it up. Of course, some of the factors were changed by Wang Mang, but such a 90% truth and 1 lie. This was the easiest way to convince people. Sure enough, after listening to the grudge between Wang Mang and the massacre god, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland on the throne faintly laughed. This kid has learned to be smart. He actually knows how to rope in allies to fight. When he was in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, he was very arrogant and looked down on everyone. After hearing the laughter of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland, Wang Mang secretly thought that it was a close call. Fortunately, I'm quick-witted. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be dead. After all, A rank 6 powerhouse. How powerful is a rank 6 powerhouse? To be honest, Wang Meng also didn't know. But what made Wang Meng feel incomparably fortunate was that, sure enough, even a rank 6 powerhouse couldn't deduce the battle path of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland would have known that the massacre god had died in his hands. Thinking of this, Wang Meng couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Damn, I actually encountered such an unlucky thing. This was a very small possibility. He actually encountered all of them. Just how unlucky was he? One had to know how big the myriad worlds were. I'm afraid even the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland doesn't know about it. But it just so happened to be so coincidental. I actually came to the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. The problem is that I just killed their descendant. To tell the truth, this kind of coincidence, it's really too scary. Wang Meng even thought about it. If there were other rank 6 worlds he could go to, he would immediately go to the other rank 6 worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. Wang Meng didn't think that this matter could be hidden forever. Just as Wang Meng was thinking of a way out in his heart, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland chuckled again. Young friend, what happened after that? What happened after that? Hearing this, Wang Meng was suddenly speechless. What happened after that? After that, of course, my strength increased greatly. Then I killed the 3 of them one after another. The 3 of them were all dead. What happened after that? They were all killed by me. Of course. In that case, Wang Meng was just thinking about it in his heart. Then Wang Meng sighed helplessly. After that, I managed to escape when the god of massacre, Wu Heng of the Fallen Moon, and Jian Hanjuzu were fighting against the 2nd-ranked Wang Shen and the 3rd-ranked Wu Bubi. If it wasn't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of the massacre god when I just broke through to Lesser Sovereign. Because whether it was the massacre god, Traceless Moonfall, or Cold Sword of Jojo, they were all very powerful. In a 3-against-2 situation, even if the 2nd and 3rd emperor of the emperor rankings joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to the 3 of them. After escaping, I was actually scared out of my wits. In order to survive, I left the Myriad Worlds Expedition Road. Chapter 9:37. Speaking of this, Wang Meng paused and looked up at the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland on the throne. At this time, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland let out a slightly surprised chuckle. I didn't expect this kid to have finally matured. Now, he's even making a name for himself on the path of conquering the universe. Hearing this, Wang Meng was speechless. He had even made a name for himself. I'm the one who's making a name for myself in the universe, okay? As for the god of massacre, I've already killed him. If it weren't for your strength being too strong, I'm afraid I would have told you the truth long ago. Of course. On the surface, Wang Meng had a complicated look on his face as he sighed. The god of massacre's trio became lesser sovereigns too early. The 10 lesser sovereigns broke through very early and had an innate advantage. As a result, the newcomers who broke through to lesser sovereign were basically surrounded and killed by them. Only those who were lucky or had just broken through to lesser sovereign have the chance to survive from their hands. Speaking of this, Wang Meng helplessly said, "That's all I know. But according to my guess, the god of massacre should be competing for the position of invincible sovereign." Hearing this, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland chuckled. "Very good. I understand. Little friend, you want to stay in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, right?" Hearing this, Wang Meng quickly nodded and said, "Yes, senior." This junior also entered the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland by chance. This junior still doesn't know anything about the 6th stage and is still looking for a direction to break through. Hearing this, the ancestor of heaven wasteland was silent for a while and then chuckled. I'll help you clear up your doubts. There are actually several ways to break through to the sixth stage. When all the basic conditions for breaking through to the sixth stage are met, the first way, you can choose to enter a sixth stage world. In a sixth stage world, when there are still vacancies in the number of sixth stage powerhouses, you can smoothly break through to the sixth stage. Of course, let me put it this way. In a sixth stage world, it's very difficult to encounter a vacancy. Too many people want to break through to the sixth stage. But you are different from ordinary people. After all, you reached Lesser Sovereign at the fifth stage. It can be said that you have no problem breaking through to the sixth stage. Because even if other sixth stage world rejects the natives of the fifth stage world, you will definitely be accepted by the sixth stage world. The second method, you can refine a pseudo-rank 6 world, but this is much more difficult than the first method. Let me give you an example. In the heavens wasteland world, I will not. In fact, if the origin of a rank 6 world is greatly damaged, I will not hesitate to lead the ancestral realm of heaven wasteland to attack and plunder it. Or of the god world, sovereign be, or god of the heaven. That's because the nearby rank 6 worlds will definitely not allow you to refine a pseudo-rank 6 world. Within the range of a rank 6 world's rule, any world is their private property. The third way, join the 7th stage world. Legend has it that the 7th stage world will not accept any creature below the 7th stage world. Of course, if you are a 6th stage lesser sovereign, you may be qualified to enter or be accepted by the 7th stage world. However, a 6th stage lesser sovereign may not be accepted by the 7th stage world. Unless you are an invincible sovereign, the powerhouses of the 7th stage world will take the initiative to find you. So, you don't have to think about the third way. You are not qualified. At this point, the ancestor of heaven wasteland didn't say a word. But Wang Mang, after listening to the ancestor of heaven wasteland's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Was it so difficult to reach the 6th stage? What made Wang Mang feel even more suffocated was that it would be even harder to sneak into the 7th stage world in the future. The only way to be accepted by the 7th stage world was to be an invincible sovereign. Even a 6th stage lesser sovereign may not be accepted by the 7th stage world. Those heaven's prides who didn't become sovereigns, as well as the cultivators from all over the universe, wouldn't they have no hope of reaching the 7th stage in this lifetime? Seeing Wang Mang's shocked look, the ancestor of heaven wasteland chuckled. Are you shocked? A 6th stage world has already closed the door to the 5th stage world. If you can't reach the lesser sovereign level, even if you are a 5th stage mythical heaven's pride, my ancestral realm of heaven wasteland will not accept you either. Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel his mouth and tongue dry, and asked with a bitter face, Senior, which 8th stage world? Hearing this, the ancestor of heaven wasteland fell into silence. After a long time, the ancestor of heaven wasteland's voice sounded. 8th stage? I don't know. 8th stage has never accepted any powerhouses. Powerhouses at the peak of the 7th stage have no chance to enter the 8th stage world. If a 6th stage world closes the door to a 5th stage powerhouse, there is still a gap. Similarly, a 7th stage world closes the door to a 6th stage powerhouse, but there is still a chance. But an 8th stage world completely blocks the way forward for a 7th stage powerhouse, and even the door is welded shut. Speaking of this, the ancestor of heaven wasteland paused and chuckled. Junior, why do you have to think so far ahead and bring trouble to yourself? Not to mention you, even I don't have any chance to step into the 7th stage. However, If I can reach the peak of the sixth stage in the end, I will be satisfied. Hearing this, Wang Meng's heart sank. The future path was more difficult than he had imagined. After all, this old thing was the master of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the master of the sixth stage world. But in the face of breaking through to the seventh stage, the despair in his words could be said to be undisguised. At this time, Wang Meng couldn't help but ask again, "Senior, what are the basic conditions for breaking through to the sixth stage?" Hearing this, the Lord of Heaven Wasteland slowly said, "Every existence that has reached the fifth stage has basically sent their true spirit into the river of heavens, the river of space, the river of time, the river of karma, and the river of life, these 5 great Tao rivers. The basic condition of the sixth stage is to safely send the true spirit into the river of great Tao. Then find a sixth stage world and find a way to get a vacant position to enter the sixth stage." Hearing this, Wang Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, his conditions were almost there. The accumulation of energy value was almost there. The only problem now was the so-called vacant position. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's eyes suddenly turned, and he said with a fawning face, "Senior, can this junior get a vacant position in your world?" Chapter 938. After hearing Wang Meng's words, the Lord of Heaven Wasteland, sitting on the throne, spoke in a hellish voice. "You have to fight for it yourself, but let me warn you first. If one day you want to leave this world, even if you obtain a place in this world, I will also take back the place you obtained. Because once you obtain a place and leave the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, for the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, this is a loss of the power of origin laws. Because once I am unable to make up for the loss, the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland will always lack a place." After hearing this, Wang Meng's heart suddenly moved. There was such a rule. Evidently, Wang Meng had understood the words of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland. To put it bluntly, after he occupied a place, once he left the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, then the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland would lack a place in the lower sixth grade. Thinking of this, Wang Meng hurriedly promised, "Senior, don't worry. If I really have to leave one day, I will definitely give up the place." Hearing this, the voice of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland sounded again. "Are you sure? When you leave, you will lose a place in the sixth grade. Once you leave the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, you will become an unregistered person of the sixth grade. At that time, the experts of the heavens will kill you once they discover you, because killing a sixth grade unregistered person can obtain unimaginable benefits." Hearing this, Wang Meng still solemnly promised, "Senior, don't worry. Junior will definitely not disappoint you." After hearing Wang Meng's promise, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland slowly nodded. "Good. Go out. Join the Heaven Wasteland Palace. As for the place, you will have to fight for it yourself. After entering the Heaven Wasteland Palace, even if you can reach the sixth grade, I will acquiesce to your existence." With that, the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland gently raised his hand and waved at Wang Meng. The next moment, Wang Meng was swept out by this terrifying law of darkness. After being pushed out of the Heaven Wasteland Hall, Wang Meng saw Elder Qing Feng standing outside the desolate Heaven Hall. At this moment, he looked at Wang Meng with a smile and nodded. "Little friend, it seems that you have gained the recognition of the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland. In the future, little friend is also considered a member of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Heaven Desolate Hall and introduce it to you." Hearing this, Wang Meng immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you, Senior." Hearing that, old Qing Feng lightly smiled, then left with Wang Meng. At the same time, Elder Qing Feng also introduced to Wang Meng, Little friend, which Heaven Wasteland Branch Palace do you want to join? The Heaven Wasteland Palace has 4 great halls. They are the East God Continent Hall Branch, the South Barbarian Continent Branch, the West Devil Continent Branch, and the North Wasteland Continent Branch. Each hall has a Heaven Wasteland Palace Master and 4 Heaven Wasteland emissaries. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang looked at Elder Qingfeng and asked respectfully, "Senior, which side do you think I should join?" Elder Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He looked deeply at Wang Mang and suggested, "I suggest that you join the North Wasteland Continent Branch Palace. Although the North Wasteland Continent Branch Palace is the weakest, it is also the most suitable side for you. But at the same time, this place is most suitable for you. The East God Continent, which is so powerful, is not suitable for you." Hearing this, Wang Mang did not hesitate and said, "Senior, I'll listen to you. Senior, I'll listen to you and join the Northern Wilderness Continent." Hearing this, Elder Qingfeng smiled and nodded. "Good. I'll bring you to the North Wasteland Continent." After saying that, Elder Qingfeng grabbed Wang Mang's shoulder. His speed instantly increased as he turned into a streak of light and fled. Half an hour later, Wang Mang was led by Elder Qingfeng. They finally arrived at the North Wasteland Continent Branch Palace, compared to the Heaven Wasteland Palace that stood proudly in the sky. The North Wasteland Continent Branch Palace. It looked dignified, but it could not be compared at all. It was worth mentioning that, after Wang Mang arrived at the Branch Palace, he immediately felt the powerful aura of several rank 6 experts. Moreover, this place was heavily guarded. Even the experts standing guard outside the door were late divine emperors. After entering the Branch Palace, Elder Qingfeng brought Wang Mang to a large hall. Compared to the Heaven Wasteland Palace, which was dark and dignified, this Branch Palace was bright and dignified. After arriving at the depths of the Branch Palace, Wang Mang also saw it. On the throne in the middle of the Branch Palace, an extremely sloppy old man was holding a wine jug and drinking until his face was red. Even when this incomparably sloppy old man saw Wang Mang and Old Man Qingfeng, he merely cast an indifferent glance at them and ignored them. Elder Qingfeng did not care at all. He smiled and said, "This is the Heaven Wasteland Continent Branch Palace. This is the person who was approved by the Heaven Wasteland ancestor. He is now officially part of your North Wasteland Continent Branch Palace." Hearing this, the sloppy old man waved his hand impatiently and said, "Leave him here." Elder Qingfeng smiled and nodded at Wang Mang, then turned and left. This caused Wang Mang to feel awkward. He didn't know how to respond. The next moment, the sloppy old man shouted, "Men, take this kid away. Whoever wants him can take him away." Not long after, a few rank 6 experts walked in from outside the hall. One of them was Li Taijian, whom Wang Mang was familiar with. He was looking at him coldly. As for the other 3 rank 6 experts, one of them was a young man, while the other 2 were middle-aged men. But their aura, without exception, had all reached rank 6. After shooting a glance at Wang Mang, the corners of Li Taijian's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Hunyuan Palace Master, leave this kid to me. I'll take good care of him." Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank. This bastard obviously wanted to mess with him. How could he not know this guy's little trick? But at this moment, another young man spoke. "Hunyuan Palace Master, leave this kid to me. I'm worried that some villains will avenge private grudges." After saying this, the young man deliberately glanced at Li Taijian. Seeing this, Li Taijian was furious and said, "Chu Long, what do you mean?" Hearing this, the young man put his hands behind his back and laughed lightly, ignoring the furious Li Taijian. Seeing this, The sloppy old man said lazily, "Kid, you're quite popular. Well, you can choose one to follow." Hearing this, Wang Mang said without hesitation, "I'll follow this fellow cultivator." After saying this, Wang Mang walked toward the young man who had a conflict with Li Taijian. Seeing this, Li Taijian's face turned pale, and he looked at Wang Mang with killing intent. Seeing this, the young man laughed and said, "Ha ha, good, come with me." After saying this, the young man waved at Wang Mang and left in a good mood. Seeing this, Wang Mang hurriedly followed. Before he left, he saw Li Taijian's angry and twisted face. When they passed by each other, Wang Mang directly sent a message to Li Taijian and sneered, "Bastard, wait until I break through to rank 6. I'll kill you." Chapter 939. After hearing Wang Mang's arrogant voice transmission, Li Taijian's face was livid, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Wang Mang fiercely. Obviously, he did not expect Wang Mang to be so arrogant and dare to threaten him. Although he did not know how Wang Mang had managed to get into the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he would not give up easily. However, he would not let the matter rest so easily. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Wang Mang dared to threaten him was enough to make him lose all face. He absolutely could not tolerate this. Watching Wang Mang leave, Li Taijian snorted coldly, then cupped his hands and said, "Hunyuan Palace Master, I'll take my leave." With that, Li Taijian flung his sleeves and left angrily. At the same time, after leaving the Heaven Wasteland Palace in the northern wilderness continent, this follower, Chu Long, walked in front with his hands behind his back and said without looking back, "I'm going to send you to the Black Domain. Your duty is to maintain order. In addition, I'll tell you that the Black Domain is one of the territories under my jurisdiction. After you go to the Black Domain, keep a low profile. It's the most chaotic place in the northern wilderness continent. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to help. I hope you'll take care of yourself. In addition, take 2 more patrol envoys with you later. Here, this is your order of appointment." While speaking, Chu Long took out a golden letter and handed it to Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang took the golden letter with a blank face. "What the hell? After recruiting me, you sent me away again. The ancestor of Heaven Wasteland sent me to Old Man Ching Feng. Old Man Ching Feng sent me to the Hunyuan Palace Master in the northern wilderness continent. Now, the Hunyuan Palace Master sent me to Chu Long. After taking over Chu Long, you sent me to this so-called Black Domain, MIAF * King Football. You kicked me one by one." For a moment, Wang Mang was very unhappy. But at this time, Chu Long seemed to have noticed Wang Mang's displeasure. He immediately crossed his arms and chuckled. "You think I'm just brushing you off? If you hadn't seen the ancestor of Tian Huang, do you know what happens when you barge into the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland from the outside world? Basically, all of them died. No, even death is easier said than done. According to the normal procedure, Wang Mang will send you to the All-Celestial Prison, or perhaps I'll send you to the Law Crystal Mine to Mine, and you'll never be able to make a comeback." Speaking up to here, Chu Long immediately stood with his hands behind his back and said, "A Tier 5 wanting to sneak into a Tier 6 world. How could it be so easy? Unless you have reached the 6th Order and have your own quota, a 6th Order world will not accept you. Or perhaps if you reach the 6th step and don't have a slot, the 6th step world will accept you. The positions of the slots here are collectively known as identity tokens in the Tier 6 world. Moreover, I see that your strength is not bad. It can be said that you are close to the 6th stage. Let's think of a way to get the identity token as soon as possible. With the identity token in the Tier 6 world, you will be unimpeded in the Tier 6 world. Establishing a sect or establishing a dynasty, family, and so on will be recognized by the Tier 6 world. In addition, after reaching the Black Domain, as long as you can complete the mission that I assign, I will also lend you a hand. Speaking up to here, Chu Long patted Wang Mang's shoulder, his face full of appreciation. After all, Wang Mang was a Tier 5 Lesser Supreme after all. Such an achievement. He could not compare at all when he was at Tier 5. This also meant that Wang Mang's future achievements were much higher than his. If possible, he could rope him into his family. Their Chu family, including him, had 2 early-stage Tier 6 powerhouses. Such strength was already very good. In the northern wilderness continent, it also belonged to a force. One had to know that there were not many slots in the current ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Heaven Wasteland was a Tier 6 low-grade world. The limit he had was 1 late-stage Tier 6, 10 mid-stage Tier 6, and 100 late-stage Tier 6. In other words, except for the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the current Tier 6 powerhouses in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland did not exceed 110, deducting the powerhouses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Tier 6 slots in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, there were less than 100. No, it was not bad to have 80. The 80 were then divided among the 4 continents. Finally, it was counted down. It was not bad for a continent to have 20 Tier 6 powerhouses. Therefore, their family had 2 Tier 6 powerhouses in the northern wilderness continent. Their strength was naturally not weak. One had to know that in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, a Tier 6 powerhouse represented a Tier 6 force. 1 to 3 Tier 6 powerhouses represented a third-rate force, Tier 6 low-grade force. 4 to 6 Tier 6 powerhouses represented a second-rate force, Tier 6 mid-grade force. 7 to 9 Tier 6 powerhouses represented a first-rate force, Tier 6 high-grade force. Back to the topic. Under Chu Long's lead, Wang Mang came to the main hall of Chu Long's mansion. It looked very dignified. Just the number of Tier 5 God Emperor powerhouses guarding the door reached more than 100. Seeing such a lineup, Wang Mang could not help but smack his lips. This was the foundation of a Tier 6 world. Tier 5 powerhouses, even God Emperor powerhouses, were as common as the hairs on a cow. They were completely worthless. One had to know that in a Tier 5 world, the number of God Emperor powerhouses was very limited. It was not like a Tier 6 world where there were many Tier 5 powerhouses as subordinates. After walking into the main hall mansion, Chu Long ordered the guard, gather the subordinates, all of them. The 2 late-stage God Emperor Imperial bodyguards respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Subsequently, a few minutes later, Wang Mang saw that there were more than 300 subordinates all gathered in the main hall. Seeing this, Chu Long nodded to Wang Mang. "Pick 2 people to bring to the Black Domain. Also, this seat will introduce you to the ranks of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Village level, city level, country level, world level. Each level is divided into 2 levels, big and small. For example, small village level, big village level. Small city level, big city level. Small country level, big country level. Small world level, big world level." After listening to the arrangement of the positions, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. Damn, this was a little too trendy. It was no different from the political arena on Earth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but ask, "Sir Chu Long, what is the rank of the Black Domain?" Hearing this, Chu Long was stunned for a moment. "You are at the small city level. This seat is at the big city level. I don't have the authority to authorize or dismiss a position of the same level. Moreover, your position is at the small city level. This seat has to write a report and send it to the big country level elder for approval. However, you should not have a big problem. This seat sees that you have a good relationship with Elder Qingfeng. The position should be approved. In addition, you have the authority to authorize and dismiss a position at the small village level. As for the big village level, write a report and send it to the Northern Wilderness Palace. In the future, you must remember, if you have the chance, do not offend Elder Qian. It is fine even if you offend Li Taijian, but you must not offend Elder Qian. Chapter 940. After hearing Chu Long's words, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Thank you, my lord." Chu Long waved his hand and said, "Go, pick two." The highest position here is the village-level centurion. You can pick one, the other can only pick a small village level. You can also pick those without a position, and those who are strong can also pick. Hearing that, Wang Mang immediately nodded. Then, he began to choose from the several hundred guards. In the end, Wang Mang picked a middle-aged skinny man who looked very cold. This middle-aged skinny man was from the small village level, but he was very strong, reaching the peak ninth heaven of Emperor God. As for the other person, Wang Mang also picked a middle-aged burly man from the small village level. He looked like a burly man with a simple mind and well-developed limbs. "Lord Chulong, I'll pick these two." Wang Mang looked at Chu Long and said. After hearing that, Chu Long glanced at Wang Mang in surprise. He did not expect Wang Mang to pick two small village level ones instead of the large village level ones. This was somewhat out of his expectations. After all, the large village level could arrange higher positions. For example, the transfer of positions of the same level. One must know that although there were many organizations of the same level, the power and position were different. For example, the small city level position that he arranged for Wang Mang was the highest position in the small city level organization. Controlling the power of a region was a bit similar to a town mayor or a city lord. Chu Long nodded and waved his hand at the two indifferently. "Okay, you two bring your lords to the dark region to take up your positions." The two small village level men cupped their hands respectfully and said, "Yes, Lord Chu Long." After that, the two middle-aged men said respectfully to Wang Mang, "Lord, please follow us." After hearing that, Wang Mang nodded slightly and left in front of the two. Oh, no, he was going to take up his position. After leaving the vicinity of the Heaven Wasteland Branch Palace, Wang Mang and the other two began to fly slowly. You don't say. The Northern Wilderness was so huge. There were 4 regions in the Northern Wilderness continent. They were the 30 nations of the Northern Wilderness, each occupying an area. Then, the 10 dynasties of the Northern Wilderness occupied a region. Then, the 3 major sects of the Northern Wilderness occupied half of the area. Among them, the most powerful were the 3 great sects of the Northern Wilderness. After them were the 10 dynasties of the Northern Wilderness and the 30 nations of the Northern Wilderness. And the Black Domain was in the middle of these 3 regions. The reason why the Black Domain was called the Black Domain, it was because the place was dirty and dark. It formed a zone that none of the 3 regions were willing to govern. That was because all the evil people of the Northern Barren region were gathered here. For example, the traitors of the 3 great sects, the heinous criminals of the 30 kingdoms, and the wanted criminals of the 10 dynasties. These vicious and desperate people had all gathered in the Dark Domain. That was how the Dark Domain came to be. While they were on their way, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask for the names of his 2 subordinates. The burly man's name was Chen Jie. The gloomy man was called Lu Pan. Hence, Wang Mang simply called them Pan Zi and Jie Zi. Hence, while they were on their way, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, Pansy, Jiazi, why did you join the Heaven Desolate Palace? Hearing that, Pansy and Jiazi were both stunned. They looked at Wang Mang in shock and asked with a strange expression, Sir, don't you know? Hearing that, Wang Mang was confused. Know what? Seeing Wang Mang's confused look, Pansy explained, Sir, it's like this. Villagers like us with no background can only reach the peak late-stage God-Emperor realm. Now, if we want to increase our strength, we have to join a force and obtain pseudo-rank 6 superpowers and pseudo-rank 6 divine weapons. As for rank 6 superpowers and rank 6 divine weapons, these are not things that we can hope for. In the ancestral realm of Heaven Desolate Palace, the best choice for us is to enter the Heaven Desolate Palace through competition. Because as long as we pass the competition and join the Heaven Desolate Palace, we can find a way to become an official and gain merit to be promoted. As long as we reach a certain level, such as the small city level, we will have the chance to learn a pseudo-rank 6 superpower and obtain resources. Every position has a fixed amount of resources. For example, the resources that the small city level earns is a fixed annual salary of 100 law crystals. The resources that the large city level earns is a fixed annual salary of 200 law crystals. As for you, sir, your annual salary is 1,000 law crystals. In addition, sir, you can also learn a pseudo-rank 6 superpower for free. Or you can borrow a pseudo-rank 6 divine weapon for free. The higher the official position, the more power and status, as well as the more resources you can obtain. It's said that as long as you become a national official, you can obtain an identity token, and the Heaven Desolate Palace will arrange for you to break through to rank 6. After hearing Pansy Jiazi's explanation, Wang Mang finally understood. It was no wonder that these guys joined the Heaven Desolate Palace, even though their strength had already reached the peak of rank 5. Clearly, joining the Heaven Desolate Palace was the best way to increase one's strength. In fact, there was even a slight chance of reaching rank 6. It was no wonder that so many people fought to join the Heaven Desolate Palace. That was because the Heaven Desolate Palace was not only the strongest faction in the ancestral realm of Heaven Desolate Palace. Furthermore, it was also the only chance for countless rank 5 existences to break through to rank 6. After all, in this limited ancestral realm of Heaven Desolate Palace, every rank 6 expert that was born meant that a rank 6 expert was going to disappear. A few more days passed. Wang Mang and the other two finally arrived. This was the so-called Black Domain. The Black Domain was a large city without a gate. Furthermore, entering and exiting from the city gate, the cultivators entering and exiting here all had ferocious expressions. Among them, a group of people gathered at the city gate and demanded law crystals from passers-by. When Wang Mang and the other two were about to enter the city, they were also stopped by this group of people. The burly man with a scar on his face, who was the leader, was even more brazen. Newcomers, 1 law crystal per person entering the city. If you don't have it, then scram. Don't enter the city. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Good heavens, he came to take up the position of master of the Black Domain. In the end, he was stopped at the city gate and charged. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed and was about to speak. At this time, Pansy and Jiazi were furious. Blind dog, do you know who he is? Hearing this, the burly man, and the others were stunned. Then they could not help but laugh and scrupulously. No matter who you are, in the Black Domain, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up. Even if you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Are you trying to scare me? Who are you? In the Black Domain, I don't care who you are. F***CK. This is the Black Domain. No matter who you are, it's useless here. The burly man in the lead could not help laughing mockingly. Ha ha! Who is he? Is he your father? Even if he is your father, he has to hand over law crystals to enter the city. Of course, if you are willing to be my godson, I can consider waiving the law crystals to enter the city. Chapter 9:41. After hearing the burly man's words, the burly men beside him laughed even harder. Yes, yes, yes. If you are willing to be Brother Lou's godson, the entrance fee will be waived. Of course, we have to give face to Brother Lou. How can we charge Brother Lou's godson? After hearing the unbridled laughter of the crowd, Wang Mang's eyes grew even colder as he coldly said, "Very well. If I tell you, I'm here to take over as the master of the dark region." Hearing this, the group of burly men who had been laughing suddenly stopped laughing. The burly man with a scar on his face squinted his eyes and sized up Wang Mang. But when they saw Pansy and Gaz beside Wang Mang, they had the Heaven Wasteland Palace's bronze village logo on their chests. These fellows fell into silence one after another. Obviously, even in the chaotic dark region, they were lawless and even vicious people. But they still did not dare to provoke the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was too powerful, with the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland behind them. Therefore, they were the most powerful force in the ancestor's realm of Heaven Wasteland. No one wanted to provoke them. If they offended other forces, they could still live freely. But if they dared to go against the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they would be courting death. Therefore, the burly man with a scar on his face suddenly laughed and said, "So you are from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Then the entrance fee will be waived. The three of you, please go ahead." Hearing this, Wang Mang snorted coldly. His eyes were cold, and he instantly attacked. Wang Mang raised his hand, and the terrifying Devour Law condensed into a sword finger. Bang! 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 As Wang Mang gently pointed his finger, several Devour Law sword fingers pierced the space between the eyebrows of the burly men. There was a loud thud. The burly men lost their vitality and died on the spot. The next moment, Wang Mang opened his mouth, and a terrifying Devour power emerged. Then, the burly men were swallowed by Wang Mang. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a Seventh Heavens God Emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 700 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured an 8th Heaven God Emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 800 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 9th Heaven God Emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured an 8th Heaven God Emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 800 million energy points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He had obtained another few billion energy points. At the same time, seeing that Wang Mang had directly attacked and killed the burly men, Wang Mang was shocked. Pansy and Gaz were stunned, and then they couldn't help but gasp. No wonder they always felt that Wang Mang gave them an incomparably terrifying feeling. Moreover, this terrifying feeling of threat was no less than that of a rank 6 powerhouse. Now, they finally understood why he gave them such a terrifying feeling. Obviously, their lord's strength was close to rank 6. Even if he wasn't rank 6 yet, he should be close to it. Thinking of this, both Pansy and Gaz were in awe of him, following a person who would definitely reach rank 6 in the future. Their future was simply boundless. Moreover, Wang Mang was from the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and his future achievements would definitely not be too low. Thinking of this, the gazes with which they looked at Wang Mang became even more respectful. Wang Mang naturally noticed this. He ignored the crowd. Wang Mang held the armrest and said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's go in." After that, Wang Mang put his hands behind his back and walked into the city. Pansy and Jie quickly followed him. After Wang Mang entered this super-large city, he walked towards the center of the city. In Wang Mang's view, the city lord's mansion could not be built in a remote place, right? Very soon, Wang Mang trio arrived at the center of the city. Something worth mentioning was the scene in Black Domain City simply made Wang Mang frown uncontrollably, because Black Domain City was too chaotic. Fighting in the city was as common as the hairs on an ox. In fact, there were even some extremely vicious people among them, forcing women to do some heinous things on the street. In short, with the 8 gates of flower protection, any kind of melodramatic thing could happen. There were even strong people who forced the weak to kneel on the ground and eat shit. There were also strong people who slaughtered the weak like cattle and horses, cutting their flesh and drinking their blood. There were also tall and burly half-beast-man powerhouses who knew men. For some male experts, she would make a decree to them, and she would do such a thing as knowing that they were men. Here, it was like a heaven of sin, like hell on earth, like demons in the human world. Because of this, even Wang Mang, who killed without blinking and devoured powerhouses like eating pigs, felt very uncomfortable, because there was no so-called order or rules here at all. All kinds of unbelievable things could be seen here. To be honest, after seeing such a place, Wang Mang had to admit that this place was indeed worthy of its name. Not long after, Wang Mang finally arrived at the mighty and solemn city lord's mansion in the center of the city. The city lord's mansion was a tall building. While it looked imposing, there were 20 guards standing in a row outside the door, each with an arrogant expression. After seeing Wang Mang trio, 2 of the men who looked like leaders could not help but shout angrily, "Where did you come from? Hurry up and get lost. If you dare to approach the city lord's mansion, you will be killed without mercy." This time, without waiting for Wang Mang to speak, Wang Mang and Pansy Jie stepped forward and slapped him twice. "Are you blind? Can you see clearly who we are? Open your eyes wide and look. We are a small village-level organization. How dare an unorganized watchdog talk to us like this?" Obviously, Pansy and Jie saw the fake small village-level organization logo on their chests at a glance. This kind of fake small village-level organization logo looked similar to the small village-level organization logo, but in fact, they were the external staff of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. To put it bluntly, they were temporary workers. They were the standard reserves of the small village-level organization, but in fact, they were external staff. Moreover, as long as they were part of the large village-level organization, they could help set up some fake village signs. Therefore, in front of these temporary workers, even though Pansy and Jie were just village signs, they still had a strong sense of superiority. Because although they were the lowest members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they were still regular members and had been recognized by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. But these unorganized guys dared to yell at them? This was a complete disregard for the 2 of them, the junior leaders. They had to slap them. They had to tell them with their big mouths. Small leaders were also leaders. Because of this, that was why Pansy and Jie didn't hesitate to slap him. What was more, Wang Mang, the city-level leader, was still here. They did not perform well at the city gate before. Now, they naturally had to perform well. Chapter 942. To be honest, the 2 leaders of the city lord's mansion's guards were also stunned. When they came back to their senses, They couldn't help but be furious. But when they saw the official village logo on their chests, although they were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. Because what Pansy GA and Pansy GA said was the truth. They were indeed not official members. But Pansy GA and Pansy GA were official members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Just this point alone was enough to surpass them, although they were usually arrogant in the governor's mansion. But when they met official members, they didn't dare to offend them, because the village logo of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was also a logo. It was normal for superiors to beat their subordinates, but they couldn't beat up their superiors. Otherwise, they wouldn't end well. If their superiors had the strength, they could even beat up temporary workers like them. But temporary workers like them couldn't beat up official members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Otherwise, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would investigate. They would either be arrested and imprisoned or killed directly. Similarly, it was the same for the top stage 5 members in the outside world, because with the village logo, it represented the Heaven Wasteland Palace. They couldn't provoke them. Even if they were stronger than Pansy GA and Pansy GA, they wouldn't dare to kill the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The next moment, after hesitating, the two lowered their heads and cupped their hands. Sirs, this subordinate was blind and did not see the two of you clearly. Hearing this, Pansy GA and Pansy nodded in satisfaction. Then they walked to Wang Mang and said, "Sir, you can go in now." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and walked into the city with his hands behind his back. At first, the 2 guards at the door had wanted to block the entrance. After all, the governor's mansion wasn't a place anyone could enter. But when they saw Pansy GA and Pansy GA trying to please Wang Mang and even calling him sir, they didn't go forward to block him. Sir was the general name of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It meant that they were superior. This meant that this young man with a terrifying aura was most likely a member of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and his position wasn't low. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to step forward to stop him. They were afraid that they would be slapped for no reason. After entering the city lord's mansion, there were actually 3 buildings. The one in the middle was the tallest, while the 2 beside it were slightly shorter. The 3 buildings also had plaques written on them. The mansion in the middle had the words City Lord's Mansion written on it, while the left and right sides had the words Vice City Lord's Mansion written on it. In addition, there were 3 small attics with the following words written on them: the Black Region Peace and Order Palace, the Black Region Prison Palace, and the Black Region Governance Palace. Perhaps it had sensed the arrival of Wang Mang and the others. 2 middle-aged men walked out of the city lord's mansion. Moreover, he seemed to be very authoritative. There were a few people from the desolate Heaven Palace following behind him, and they were all wearing village badges. At this time, the 2 middle-aged men glanced at Pansy and GAZ behind Wang Mang. Then they looked at Wang Mang and asked, "And this fellow Taoist is—" Hearing this, Wang Mang looked indifferent. He immediately took out the appointment letter arranged by Chu Long and handed it to the middle-aged man. Although these 2 people were both at the same level as him, they were at the city level. Their positions were not as high as his, so they naturally didn't need to show any fawning expressions to the 2 of them. Similarly, after reading the appointment letter and Chu Long's letter of appointment, the 2 of them looked gloomy. Originally, they thought that the position of the Black Region Lord should be borne between the 2 of them. But in the end, the higher-ups directly arranged for a new Black Region Lord, Wang Mang, to come directly out of nowhere. This simply made them very angry. For the sake of the city lord's position, the 2 of them fought so fiercely that they almost didn't stop until one of them died. Therefore, it would be strange if the 2 of them looked good. But despite the anger in their hearts, the 2 of them still said with a stiff face, So it's fellow Taoist city lord. I'm Yuan Ge, the deputy city lord. I'm Yang Wei, the deputy city lord. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and said, "Why was I intercepted and charged the city entrance fee when I entered the city?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two of them had a slight change in expression. Among them, City Lord Yuan Gu said softly, "Fellow Taoist, it's better not to interfere too much. This involves the interests of too many people." The other deputy city lord, Yang Wei, also nodded slowly and echoed, "Fellow Taoist, it's better not to interfere so easily." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle, "Then what should I do?" Hearing this, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei looked at each other and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to relax, you can choose to do nothing. When the time comes, it's not a bad choice for you to be a local tyrant in the Black region." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered and said, "Just let me be an invisible person. When the time comes, the Black region will still be under the control of the two of you, right?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei both felt a little awkward, but they had to admit that they did have such thoughts. If they could continue to control the Black region, they were naturally unwilling to let go. Because what did it mean to continue to control the Black region? It meant that they would have an endless supply of resources. It meant that they had the chance to break through to rank 6. Therefore, who would not want to be in power? After all, the Heaven Wasteland Hall did not prohibit the abuse of power for personal gain. The abuse of power for personal gain was too common in the Heaven Wasteland Hall. Therefore, this was also the reason why these people were obsessed with power. At this moment, Yuan Ge, who had been silent for a while, spoke. "Fellow Taoist, we can do this. You can let Yang Wei and I continue to be in power. Yang Wei and I will take half of any source of income, and you will take the other half." Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat, but he did not agree easily. Instead, he asked indifferently, "The half you mentioned, how much can we get in a year?" Hearing this, Yang Wei and Yuan Ji's eyes immediately lit up. Although it pained them to give half of the benefits to Wang Mang, there was nothing they could do. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Once Wang Mang stabilized his position as city lord, he would be able to do anything. There was basically nothing for them to do. Thinking of this, Vice City Lord Yuan Gu slowly said, "Last year, Vice City Lord Yang Wei and I, each of us got 20,000 law crystals, including the rest of the income. It reached 50,000 law crystals per person." Hearing this, Panziga and Z both gasped. Obviously, they did not expect this either. This was just a small city-level establishment leader. In the end, they could amass so much wealth. After all, how much was their annual salary? It was only a few hundred law crystals. Compared to the two guys in front of them, it was simply a drop in the ocean. Thinking that everyone was at the peak of rank 5, Panziga and Z were very upset. At this moment, the two of them secretly swore in their hearts. One day, they would also climb to the peak of power. At the same time, Wang Mang also slowly shook his head and demanded an exorbitant price. "Half is too little. If you want me to completely give up my power, I can, but I want 70% of the profits." Chapter 943. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two of them didn't hesitate at all and said angrily, "That's impossible." If Wang Mang took 70%, then it was equivalent to them working for Wang Mang for free. It seemed that Wang Mang had given up his power, but Wang Mang was the biggest beneficiary. The key was that Wang Mang didn't have to do anything. Of course, they couldn't accept such a result. After all, Wang Mang didn't do anything and still got the most benefits. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Hearing this, Wang Mang wasn't surprised at all. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be willing either. But it didn't matter if he wasn't willing. This was because Wang Mang had never thought of sharing the profits with them. After all, the two of them were just ants in the perfection god emperor realm. In front of Wang Mang, a rank 5 lesser supreme, they were no different from ants. He could kill such ants on the spot with a raise of his hand. However, the other party had an official position after all, and was a small city official of the same level as him. If Wang Mang rashly killed the two of them, it would be troublesome, because once Wang Mang killed the two of them, there would be people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace investigating. Thinking of this, Wang Mang smiled and said, "That's good. Let's rely on our own abilities." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei became angry and sneered. "Greedy guy, you think you can take all the benefits with a city lord position? Let's wait and see. You just came and you want to fight with us? Humph." After saying that, the two deputy city lords snorted and led their men to the two deputy city lord residences. After all, Wang Mang, the main character, was here. They naturally couldn't occupy the city lord residences like before. Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't care at all and walked into the city lord residences with his hands behind his back, on the majestic table and chairs in the city lord's mansion. Wang Mang immediately sat down in his seat. Then he inadvertently saw a book on the table. It was written by the Heaven Desolate Hall. After opening it once, Wang Mang was stunned. Inside were records of the organization and allocation, as well as the allocation of large cities. A large city should be organized as follows. There was one city lord and 2 vice city lords, 2 leaders of the administrative department, Omura Biao, 2 leaders of the command department, Omura Biao, 2 leaders of the detention department, Omura Biao, 20 basic members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace Village Standard. In a small city, there should be enough personnel, but in a large city, the number of personnel should be reduced by half. Besides, there were also records of many large cities and small cities. There were thousands of big cities and tens of thousands of small cities in the northern wilderness. Among them, Wang Mang also found the dark domain. But what made Wang Mang dumbfounded was the black domain was also a big city, and it was a big city among big cities. However, the city lord's mansion only had the allocation of a small city. In other words, in the huge black domain, other than the city lord and vice city lord, they had reached the establishment that a big city should have. The rest of the members in lower positions were only on the scale of a small city. For example, in a large city, there should be 29 positions in the establishment of the organization. A small city should have 15 establishment members. But in the black domain, a super big city, excluding Wang Mang and the other 2, there were only 15 establishment members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Even if Wang Mang and the other 2 were included, there were only 18 authorized members in the black domain right now. In addition, this book also recorded the scope of the city lord's authority. What made Wang Mang very gratified was that the city lord's authority was very great. The city lord could directly lead the command department. Wang Mang's city only had 3 departments, and he could directly lead one. Moreover, the so-called command department could be managed by all departments, but the detention department and the public security department were all under the direct management of the other 2 city lords. However, in the division of authority, it was also clearly marked that the city lord had the right to ask about these 2 departments. In the event of major events and the implementation of major events, even these 2 departments needed to go through the city lord. After reading up to this point, Wang Mang closed the book, then looked up at Pan Zi and Gaz and said softly, "You go to the command department and call the leader of the command department here." "Yes, city lord." Pansy Gotzi was full of fighting spirit. He left with his chest out. Not long after, the two came to the city lord's mansion with a gray-robed old man. Wang Mang also looked up and glanced at him. Such an ordinary-looking old man, but his status was not low. He was a standard member of the big village. "Greetings, city lord." The old man was very tactful. He came and respectfully cupped his hands. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently, then asked, "Tell me about the current situation in the Dark Realm." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old man said helplessly, "City Lord, I'm just the leader of the command department with no real power." Before the city lord took office, the power of the city lord's mansion was in the hands of the two city lords. "I have no power at all. I can only follow orders." After hearing the old man's answer, Wang Mang suddenly smiled. The old man directly expressed that he had no real power and pointed the finger at the two deputy city lords. The meaning of his words was self-evident. He didn't know anything, but he made everything clear. Just as Wang Mang was about to speak, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully completed the task." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 200 billion energy value." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained Immortal Emperor level blind box X1." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained Immortal Emperor level treasure box X1." "Ding! The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. He hadn't joined a mid-grade rank 6 force yet. What was going on? But after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang realized that something was wrong. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most powerful force in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. In this case, he had joined the Heaven Wasteland Palace and completed the task, then it would make sense. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Now, he only needed to sort out his gains. He probably only needed to obtain a rank 6 slot to break through to rank 6. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He immediately waved at Pansy and the other two. "You guys can leave first. I need to go into seclusion. By the way, while I'm in seclusion, allocate the staff of the City Lord's mansion. Recruit those who are qualified to join you, and count those who you can't." After speaking, Wang Mang got up and walked into the depths of the City Lord's mansion. As a super big city, the City Lord naturally had his own private seclusion room. Therefore, Wang Mang only spent 15 minutes to find the seclusion room in the city. Then, Wang Mang stepped into the spacious seclusion room and set up a bounded domain. After doing all this, Wang Mang sat down cross-legged and silently said in his heart, "This is the first time." System, open my personal information. Chapter 944. The next moment, personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, Powerhouse of the Heavens, Heaven Wasteland Palace member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Realm, 9th Heaven Divine Emperor, Supreme Genius. Body shape, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide. 2 billion tons in weight. Magical power, Ancient Demon Tyrant Body, Pseudo 6, 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6, Devouring Spirit Art, Pseudo 6, Escape Wind, Pseudo 6. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, 6 low-grade Good Luck Card X1, Designated Lucky Draw Opportunity X1, Immortal Emperor Level Treasure Chest X2, Immortal Emperor Level Blind Box X2. Equipment, Supreme Mask 5, Silver Dragon Spear, Pseudo 6, Dragon Beating Whip, Pseudo 6, Dark Blade, Pseudo 6, God Smashing Brick, Pseudo 6, Soul Refining Gourd, 6, God Devouring Halberd, 6, Green Lotus Sword, 6, Slaughtering Demon Blade, 6, Talent Value, 19050/15,000, lesser supreme. Energy value, 1,155 billion/1,000,000,000,000, breakthrough item, Great Tao quicksand. After reading his personal information, Wang Meng immediately nodded in satisfaction. This energy value had obviously been accumulated to the maximum. It seemed that he only needed to get a grain of Great Tao quicksand now. Thinking of this, Wang Meng immediately asked in his heart, "System, how much is the Great Tao quicksand?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Warm reminder. The Great Tao quicksand is worth 500 billion energy value. Does the host want to buy it? After listening to the system's words, the corner of Wang Meng's mouth suddenly twitched. Good heavens! The system was indeed as black as ever. The price of a Great Tao quicksand was actually worth so much energy value. Damn it, he might as well go to the river of Great Tao to find the sand. After all, a grain of sand in the river of Great Tao was so expensive. The amount of sand in the river of Great Tao could be said to be countless. But Wang Meng guessed that if one wanted to go to the river of Great Tao to obtain the sand, either the threshold was very high and required very powerful strength, or the mortality rate was extremely high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. If it was really so easy to obtain, such an easy opportunity to get rich, it definitely wouldn't leave it for him. But what could Wang Meng say? Shouldn't he buy it? It was a mandatory condition to break through, no matter how expensive it was. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. Hence, Wang Meng took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, buy it." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! 500 billion energy values have been successfully deducted. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully purchased the Great Tao quicksand. It has been sent to your bag. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Meng nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he chose to buy it without hesitation was because, except for the compulsory purchase, another reason was that he still had a lot of boxes and a chance to draw prizes. Therefore, Wang Meng was naturally more arrogant. After that, Wang Meng thought for a while and decided to use the 6th order lower grade good luck card. There was no other reason. Wang Meng had never thought of obtaining a rank 6 slot by advancing to the Heaven Desolate Hall. This was simply unrealistic, because, according to Wang Meng's information, so far, there were only 2 people who relied on their merits to ascend to the Heaven Desolate Hall and become a rank 6 powerhouse. One was Elder Qing Feng. As for the other one, he didn't know. This information was told to him by his subordinate, Pan Zagotzi. Therefore, Wang Meng eliminated the possibility of advancing through the Heaven Wasteland Hall. If the Heaven Desolate Hall was a rank 8 world, Wang Meng would be willing to rely on his merits to advance. As for the rank 6 world, forget it. But if he gave up relying on advancing to the Heaven Desolate Hall, then Wang Meng could only rely on himself. Therefore, Wang Meng already had a plan to break through. It was to capture a rank 6 powerhouse and kill him while he was breaking through. In this way, he would be able to obtain an identity token and successfully break through to rank 6. Therefore, he had to make up for the gap in energy values and make sufficient preparations. Thinking of this, Wang Meng said in his heart, "System, use the 6th order lower grade good luck card." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully used the 6th order lower grade good luck card. Ding! Gentle reminder. After using it, the host will have good luck for 24 hours. If it's light, the host will have good luck. If it's heavy, the host will have good luck. After listening to the system's voice, only then did Wang Meng wait patiently. An hour later, But what disappointed Wang Mang was that he didn't get the so-called good luck. However, Wang Mang didn't mind. He said in his heart, "System, open the immortal emperor treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the immortal emperor treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 45 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a sector Lord Beauty's underwear. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a sector Lord Li Taijian white robe. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a classic quote from Elder Qing Feng, Jin Jian quote, "As long as you are alive, everything is possible." Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a pair of boots from a world king expert. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a fifth-order top fairies underwear. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was completely speechless. In short, that was it. This immortal emperor grade treasure chest only gave him 150 billion energy points. Other than that, there was nothing useful. However, Wang Mang wasn't too discouraged. The energy value of this prize could only be said to be average. It wasn't too good or too bad. Because of that, Wang Mang once again silently said in his heart, "System, open the immortal emperor blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the immortal emperor blind box. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a fifth-order top divine weapon. What the hell? An immortal emperor blind box. You gave me a fifth-order top divine weapon? Moreover, this was with the support of a sixth-order lower-grade good luck card. For a moment, Wang Mang was doubting life. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a sector Lord-level tortoise demon beast. And a tortoise egg. F***CK. Another F** king egg. And it's a bastard again. For a moment, the immortal emperor blind box opened twice. This simply caused Wang Mang to start doubting life. Was this really an immortal emperor blind box? Why did it feel like a dream? Under Wang Mang's depression, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion. Chapter 945. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 trillion tons of marble. Good heavens! 1 trillion tons of marble. Are you asking me to build a house? Or do you want me to build a construction team? In an instant, he finished listening to the third announcement. Wang Mang was so angry that he was completely autistic. He didn't even know how to complain. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 trillion tons of coffin wood. What the F***CK? System, are you trying to send me away? What the F***CK are you opening? Could it be that this celestial emperor-level blind box was really going to be wasted? For a moment, Wang Mang was extremely depressed. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 3 good luck card. Wang Mang was already too tired to complain. He didn't even have any hope. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. successfully obtained 150 billion energy value. After hearing the system's sixth announcement, Wang Mang was completely relieved. This meant that the Celestial Emperor-level blind box was not completely wasted. This also made Wang Mang's mood turn for the better, because he was now only short of the last 50 billion energy value to meet all the conditions. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a rank 5 Abyss subordinate summoning card X1. A rank 5 summoning card was of no use to him. If it was rank 6, Wang Mang would definitely be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Therefore, Wang Mang still didn't have much hope for the next announcement. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the seventh time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a rank 6 low-grade bad, luck card X1. Not bad. He finally got something that was not bad. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded secretly, but he also felt regretful that he couldn't gather the required energy value with 2 boxes. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a rank 6 low-grade rule crystal. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang, on the other hand, was not too disheartened, and Celestial Emperor-level treasure chest and blind box, a total of 300 billion energy values, no more, no less. The next 2 boxes could easily obtain enough energy value. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang relaxed quite a bit. Soon after, Wang Mang said in his mind, "System, open Celestial Emperor-level treasure box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host of Celestial Emperor-level treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! You. 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 Sector Lord 2-star bloodline. Before you have a higher grade bloodline, you can't break through. Ding! Congratulations, host! Note, after using it, you can peek at the target's information limited to Sector Lord level experts. Ding! You've met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolution? No. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was stunned. That was because the information contained in the last 2 prizes was too much. You can check other people's information. This thing could still be used a long time ago. But as one's strength grew, this thing couldn't be used anymore, because the stronger one was, the harder it was to peak. In the end, Wang Mang could only rely on aura to determine if the target was strong or weak. To put it bluntly, the information checking function in the past had been useless for a long time. But now, this function appeared again, and it was a 6th level lower grade support type ability. This was already very good. Other than that, what made Wang Mang even more surprised was, after the 6th level, not only did one need the identity token of the 6th level world, but also the quota. There was even a bloodline requirement. Sector Lord 2-star bloodline. This meant that one could only break through to the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm One had to have a stronger bloodline to be able to break through to a higher level existence. One had to say, this was another invisible shackle. After understanding the sixth level more, Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but sink, because from the sixth level onwards, there were more and more shackles. In the past, he had only thrown his true spirit into the six Tao rivers. He was now breaking through to the sixth level. Not only did he need a template, he still needed the bloodline, and he still needed the God token. It seemed that the future path forward would become more and more difficult. Of course, Wang Mang wasn't worried and couldn't be bothered to think so far ahead. It was better to plan how to break through to the sixth level first. With that thought, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor level blind box again." The next moment, the system's voice rang again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor level blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion energy value." Not bad. Not bad at all. The accumulated energy value had reached 1,200 billion energy points. If he hadn't bought the Great Tao Sand, his accumulated energy value had already reached 170 billion. Another minute later, the system's voice rang again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion energy value." After hearing the system's second announcement, Wang Mang was even more elated. Awesome! After 2 draws, he had obtained 200 billion energy values. This was still very awesome. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. At the same time, he began to look forward to the next announcement. Another minute later, the system's voice rang for the 3rd time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion gold ingots and joss paper." 100 billion gold ingots and joss paper were all here? Wang Mang was speechless. He couldn't spend this thing, even if he had it. After all, an expert who had reached this level. Basically, once he died, it was very likely that his true soul would not be preserved. Or he would forever sink into the reincarnation of the heavens and realms. Therefore, joss paper really couldn't be used. While Wang Mang was speechless, the system's voice rang for the 4th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 200 billion pure wild boar meat." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was once again dumbfounded. The quantity was very large, and the questions were useless to him, not to mention 200 billion tons of wild boar meat. As long as he wanted, he could create 200 billion pigs in an instant. Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, a minute passed. The system's voice rang for the 5th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 200 billion. Chapter 946. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 billion energy values." What the F***? CK. Awesome. He really obtained 200 billion energy values. One had to know that, in this case, after 5 draws, he had already obtained 400 billion energy values. This was definitely the highest energy value he had obtained when opening the Immortal Emperor level blind box. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel even more delighted. Not bad. Not bad at all. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a good mood and beaming with joy. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion tons of the 2nd tier refining material, black iron." After hearing the 6th draw, Wang Mang wasn't surprised at all. He had already obtained 400 billion energy values. His accumulated energy value had reached 2 trillion. How much more energy value did he want to obtain? Even if he wanted to, Wang Mang felt that it was unrealistic. Therefore, even if the following prizes were to be given out, they would all be trash. Wang Mang could accept it. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained 100 billion tons of dog feed. System. I won't talk about all the fancy things you've given me, but what do you mean by giving me this dog feed? For a moment, Wang Mang felt insulted, just as Wang Mang was complaining. The system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained 100 billion tons of pig feed. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely helpless. What the F***ck is this situation? It was both pig feed and dog feed. But thinking about it, this immortal emperor-level blind box had a bountiful harvest. Only then did Wang Mang's depressed mood dissipate. Then Wang Mang was in an even better mood. System, open your personal information. The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, All Heavens expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2-star, God Devil Snake Blood. Realm, Ninth Heaven God Emperor, Supreme Genius. Size, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide. 2 billion tons in weight. Divine ability, Ancient Devil Tyrannical Body, Pseudo 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6. Devouring God Mantra, Pseudo 6. Wind Evasion Mantra, Pseudo 6. 3 Devouring Mantra, 6 levels. Heaven's Chosen Mantra, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, 6th Lower Grade Good Luck Card X1. Designated Lottery Chance X1. Great Dow Quicksand X1. Equipment, Sovereign Mask 5. Soul Refining Gourd 6. God Devourer Halberd 6. 100 War Armor 6. Azure Lotus Sword 6. Demonic Slaughtering Saber 6. Talent 19050/15,000 Junior Sovereign. Energy value 2 trillion/1 trillion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, his accumulation was complete. He could try to kill a Sector Lord expert and break through to the 6th step. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits, then slowly stood up and opened the barrier in front of the closed door room. Right now, all he needed to do was to kill that Type 6 powerhouse. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected host's current situation. Give host the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Mission time can be obtained completely. Mission reward, 100 billion energy value. Mission 2. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Break through to the 6th step and become a Sector Lord existence. Mission time can be obtained after completing the city. Mission reward, 200 billion energy value. God Emperor Treasure Chest X1. God Emperor Blind Box X1. Mission 3. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Break through to the 6th step and become a Sector Lord existence. Obtain Heaven Wasteland Palace's small national-level establishment. Mission time can be obtained after completing the mission. Mission reward, 1 trillion energy value. Sector Lord Treasure Chest X1. Sector Lord Blind Box X1. After hearing the system's reward, Wang Mang was stunned. Good fellow! This time, the treasure chest's blind boxes level was very high, especially the 3rd mission, Sector Lord Treasure Chest's blind box. It simply beat the immortal Emperor treasure chest by who knows how many levels. However, the third mission's difficulty was also very high. Becoming a sixth-step expert, Wang Mang was confident. Becoming the king of the Black Domain, Wang Mang was also confident. But becoming a Heaven Wasteland Palace's national-level establishment was difficult. To be honest, he only had a small city standard establishment. If he could easily become a national-level establishment, then Chu Long and Li Taijian, these two dogs, should have already reached it. They only had a large city standard establishment. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a national-level establishment. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Wang Mang excluded the third mission with the most generous reward. As for the first mission, it was also not Wang Mang's goal. Because becoming the hope of the Black Domain, becoming a sixth-step expert, Wang Mang was full of confidence. Therefore, Wang Mang did not hesitate to say in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully selected the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang happily walk into the main hall of the City Lord Mansion with his hands behind his back. What made Wang Mang slightly surprised and gratified was that Pansy and Gaz, in the shortest amount of time, had recruited 7 to 8 great perfection god emperor-level cultivators. Among them, there were even 2 fair-skinned and beautiful female cultivators who acted as servants. One had to know that this was the Black Domain. It was very difficult for fair-skinned and beautiful cultivators to survive, because the Black Domain was simply a paradise for extremely vicious and sinful scum. From this, Wang Mang could also see that Pansy and Gaz had put in a lot of effort. In addition, the other 6 cultivators, they acted as the guards of the City Lord Mansion. They also added some liveliness to his City Lord Mansion building. After seeing Wang Mang, the 6 guards even bowed their heads respectfully. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded secretly. At this time, Pansy suddenly rushed in from outside. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see that Pansy did not look too good. Similarly, after seeing Wang Mang coming out of seclusion, Pansy was very surprised. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands. "Greetings, City Lord." Seeing this, Wang Mang raised his eyebrows and asked with his hands behind his back, What happened in such a short period of time?" Hearing this, Pansy looked at Wang Mang with a troubled expression, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly frowned and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Is there something that you can't say?" Hearing this, Pansy's face suddenly turned ugly and said in a low voice, "City Lord, because you killed some unruly people at the gate last time, it attracted the attention of the 3 kings of the Black Domain. The 3 kings of the Black Domain have all expressed their opinions, saying that if you don't want to die, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business." Chapter 947. After hearing Pansy's words, Wang Mang was stunned. What was the background of the 3 kings of the Black region? They actually dared to threaten him? For a moment, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, Wang Mang guessed that these 3 fellows must have something extraordinary to dare to threaten him so bluntly. Could it be that they were Sector Lord level experts? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and said indifferently, "What's the situation with the 3 kings of the Black region?" Hearing this, Pansy hurriedly explained, "City Lord, these 3 kings of the Black region are the uncrowned kings of the Black region. The strength of the 3 have all reached Sector Lord level and can be said to be the strongest in the Black region. They have been entrenched in the Black region for a long time, and the 3 strongest forces in the Black region are them. Moreover, it can be said that they are deeply rooted in the Black region, and their forces are huge. This is also why Even though the Black region is a super big city, no one from the Heaven Wasteland Palace is willing to come. Because in the Black region, no matter how many city lords have been, they could not fight against them, and were firmly suppressed by them. In addition, according to my investigation, the city lords of the Black region either did not stay, took the initiative to find connections to transfer, or died. Speaking of this, Pansy's expression was especially solemn. Clearly, the situation in the Black region was more difficult than he imagined. In truth, Wang Mang was also like this. In a large city, there were 3 world overlord-level experts. This was something that Wang Mang never expected. No wonder the Black region's problem could not be solved. This was because even an existence like Chu Long was merely a sector lord. In this case, it was impossible to shake the Black region's problem. Moreover, most of the Heaven Wasteland Palace members in the Black region had great power. But in the end, they only had great power and could not afford to offend a sector lord expert. After all, no matter if you were a small city or a large city, it was impossible for you to mobilize a sector lord expert. Moreover, in the Northern Wasteland Palace, there were not many sector lord level experts, and the Heaven Wasteland Palace members who could mobilize sector lord level experts were all in high positions. How could such an existence spend so much effort on a mere Black domain? Therefore, after hearing this news, Wang Mang fell into a short period of silence. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang suddenly realized that this wasn't a bad thing for him. Among the 3 of them, Wang Mang didn't believe that all 3 of them had reached the pinnacle of sector lord. As long as their strength was slightly weaker, it could instead become a breakthrough point for him to break through to the 6th stage. Thinking of this, Wang Mang asked expressionlessly, "What level have these 3 fellows reached?" Hearing this, Pansy was taken aback, but he did some research in advance and hurriedly said, reporting to the city lord, "The 3 kings of the Black region are the Black Devil King, whose strength has reached the 3rd layer of the sector lord realm. There's also the Shadow Devil King. His strength has reached sector lord level 4. The other is Blood Demon King. His strength has reached sector lord level 4. After hearing this, Wang Mang slowly narrowed his eyes. In other words, these 3 kings of the Black region were actually a breakthrough point for him. Among them, the Black Devil King was the easiest to bully because his strength was the weakest amongst the 3 kings. Unfortunately, Wang Mang wasn't sure what level his strength had reached. Therefore, Wang Mang asked in his heart, "System, what is the state of my current strength?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. Host's current strength is comparable to sector lord level 1. Ding. Warm reminder to the host, as the host is currently between the 5th and 6th level. Ding. Warm reminder to the host, if the host breaks through to sector lord, his strength will greatly increase. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Mang came to a realization, and his mood became much better. It seemed that what he needed to do now was to cross the threshold of the 6th level. Once he reached the 6th level, his advantage as a prodigy would immediately show, although he was only a 5th level lesser sovereign prodigy. But Wang Mang believed that once he reached the 6th level, he couldn't fall from a lesser sovereign prodigy to a normal cultivator level. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in the world-conquering path? A 5th level prodigy, even if he entered the 6th level, would definitely have an advantage. But the problem was he couldn't break through this barrier now. He only had sector lord level 1 battle strength. If his luck was extremely good, even if his Heaven's Chosen technique increased his battle strength by 9 times, Wang Mang couldn't possibly reach sector lord level 3 battle strength. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "System, if the current me, under Heaven's Chosen techniques, 9 times battle strength. What kind of battle strength can I reach? The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. 6th level 2nd level battle strength is 10 times that of 6th level 1st level. The host can extrapolate in this way. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly disappointed. This also meant that, even if he had Heaven's Chosen techniques, 9 times battle strength, he couldn't kill a Sector Lord level 3 existence. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang felt a huge headache. He originally thought that Li Taijian's strength was very strong, and his own strength wasn't considered weak in the 6th level. But now, it seemed that he was still too naive. Wang Mang even suspected that Li Taijian's strength might have just broken through to Sector Lord. Or perhaps this guy's strength was merely at the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless. Luckily, he still had a lower level 6 bad luck card. If he could get a lower level 6 good luck card, he might be able to take the risk. But the problem was that he didn't have one. This made Wang Mang a little frustrated. Relying on his own strength, it was obviously impossible to break through to the 6th level. How should he break through to the 6th level? After all, it was too difficult for him to kill the 3 kings. The difficulty was so high that it was even harder than killing Li Taijian. Li Taijian? Wait! Li Taijian. In an instant, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. This guy definitely didn't break through to the 6th level for long. His strength wasn't very strong, at most Sector Lord level 2. Currently, among the 6th level powerhouses that Wang Mang knew or was familiar with, it seemed that this guy was the easiest to bully. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected host's current situation, giving host the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose one of the 3 kings of the Black region as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 500 billion energy value. Sector Lord, level treasure, chest X1. Sector Lord, level blind box, X1. Mission 2. Choose one of the kings as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10 trillion energy value. Sector Lord, level treasure, chest X2. Sector Lord, level blind box, X1. Mission 3. Choose Li Taijian as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Take revenge. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 200 billion energy value. Sector Lord, level treasure chest X1. Sector Lord, level blind box X1. Chapter 948. After reading the system's mission, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Even an idiot would know how to choose, right? The reward for the second mission was unprecedented, but Wang Mang couldn't choose at all. Even if he chose the mission, he wouldn't be able to complete it. As for the first mission, the reward wasn't bad, but the problem was that it wasn't the best for Wang Mang. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally chose the third mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang began to think again. How was he going to kill Li Taijian? They were both members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, but Li Taijian had a higher rank than him. If he rashly killed him, he would definitely be investigated by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. But if he didn't kill this dog, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Sector Lord level. Who asked this guy to have a grudge with him and be weak? It would be hard for Wang Mang not to target him. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that as long as he suppressed and killed Li Taijian, after he broke through to the 6th level, he could rely on the foundation of the 5th level lesser sovereign. It would be easy for him to fight against the 3 kings of the dark region. Therefore, Wang Mang began to think of how to kill Li Taijian. First, with his own strength, he might be able to kill Li Taijian. This was definitely very difficult. Maybe he could suppress Li Taijian, but if he wanted to kill him, Wang Mang felt that he would only have a chance with the support of the 6th level lower grade bad luck card. Looks like I have to ask for external help. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly made a decision. He had to ask for external help. It wouldn't be easy to do it alone. Moreover, he had already found an ally. Didn't the dark region have 3 kings? He had to find a way to get one to help him. Wouldn't it be easy to make a promise? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly looked up at Li Taijian and chuckled. Go and invite the Shadow Demon King over. I have something to discuss with him. Hearing this, Pansy was stunned. He looked at Wang Mang with a puzzled face and asked, My lord, they are threatening you. He doesn't even put you in his eyes. If you go and invite them over now, aren't you admitting that you're inferior to them? So what if they are sector lords? But you're the city lord. Hearing this, Wang Mang calmly waved his hand and said, What's a mere threat? I am free to make my own decisions. All you need to do is follow my orders. Hearing this, Pansy couldn't help but ask, Master, what if the Shadow Demon King doesn't come? Wang Mang said calmly, If the Shadow Demon King doesn't want to come, you can invite the Blood Demon King again. If the Blood Demon King doesn't come, then go and invite the Black Demon King. Remember to lower your attitude. You must invite him over. Although Pansy didn't understand, he still nodded helplessly and said, Yes, my lord. With that, Pansy turned and left the city lord's mansion. He even brought 2 temporary workers with him. But just as Wang Mang was in a good mood, 2 mocking voices were heard. What? Do you think you can rope in the 3 kings of the Black region? Naive. The 3 kings of the Black region have taken most of the benefits in the Black region. Do you think you can rope in the 3 kings of the Black region? They are the biggest beneficiaries. What right do you have to rope them in? Hearing this, Wang Mang looked over and saw Yuan Ge and Yang Wei standing in the vice city lord's mansion. They were looking at him with a face full of mockery. The 2 of them were flushed with success. Their attitude towards Wang Mang was also very arrogant. After all, Wang Mang was destined to be their enemy and even compete with them for benefits. Hence, their relationship with Wang Mang was destined to be like fire and water. But what they didn't expect was that, when Wang Mang entered the city, he killed the men of the 3 kings of the Black region. This was simply sitting at home, and good news came from the sky. They were still trying to persuade the 3 kings of the Black region to isolate or be hostile towards Wang Mang. Now, they didn't even need to do anything. Wang Mang had already offended the 3 kings of the Black region. Therefore, they were overjoyed. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately snorted and ignored the 3 of them. He turned around and returned to the city lord's mansion. He sat at the head of the hall. At this time, a temporary female employee immediately served tea and respectfully placed it beside Wang Mang's table. Then she left. Wang Mang picked up the teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls. Then he closed his eyes and waited. He didn't believe that the 3 kings of the Black region wouldn't be curious about why he was looking for them. As long as they came, Wang Mang would have a way to persuade them. This wait lasted for 2 full days. In these 2 days, Wang Mang even had his city emblem sent over by the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. After receiving the city emblem, Wang Mang naturally wore it. This was the symbol of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. In the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, There were only benefits for him. Just as Wang Mang was getting impatient from waiting, Wang Mang suddenly felt the aura of a sector lord in the distance. Not long after, Wang Mang saw Pansy leading a middle-aged burly man with a fierce expression into the hall. Moreover, this middle-aged burly man's aura was very strong. It was much stronger than Li Taijian. Just the pressure of his aura made Wang Mang feel extremely uncomfortable. The strong sense of danger he had was also 10 times stronger than Li Taijian. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but use the origin peeping technique on this guy. This guy's information instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Target, Black Devil King. Realm, Sector Lord 4th Layer. Threat level, Fatal. What a guy. This guy's strength actually reached Sector Lord 4th Layer. But to the outside world, he always claimed that he was Sector Lord 3rd Layer. Seems like this guy was definitely a cunning old fox. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately stood up with a face full of smiles. Greetings, Black Devil King friend. Hearing this, Black Devil King looked at Wang Mang in shock and nodded slightly. Why did you invite me here? While speaking, Black Devil King directly sat beside Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately waved his hand and said indifferently, "All of you can leave." Hearing this, the temporary workers in the hall of the city lord's mansion left the hall one after another. Following this, Wang Mang immediately set up a spirit barrier. After setting up the spirit barrier, Wang Mang sat back in his seat. However, he saw Black Devil King looking at him indifferently. Seeing this, Wang Mang instantly laughed lightly. What we're going to discuss next shouldn't be leaked. Hearing this, Black Devil King instantly laughed. Then I'm interested to continue listening. Seeing this, Wang Mang was secretly satisfied. Following this, his expression became serious. Friend, I need your help. You and I can work together to achieve a win-win situation. Chapter 9, 49. Hearing this, the Black Devil King suddenly laughed. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of ridicule. Fellow Taoist, the reason why I call you fellow Taoist is because you are a junior sovereign. If you hadn't reached the 5th order lesser sovereign, you wouldn't even be able to bear the title of fellow Taoist. Also, I'm willing to come because you're a lesser sovereign. But, so what if you're a lesser sovereign? What makes you think you can cooperate with me? What kind of benefits can you bring to me? If I'm not wrong, you need my help, right? Let me guess, you want to gain a foothold in the Black Domain, and then start a long journey of fishing for resources to break through to the 6th order? If you just want to fish for resources to break through to the 6th order, why didn't you agree to Yuan Ge and Yang Wei's proposal? Hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was secretly shocked. Good heavens, this guy's ability isn't small. He even obtained information about his negotiations with Yuan Ge and Yang Wei. This proved that this guy also had informants in the city lord's mansion. However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang felt relieved. The 3 kings of the Black Domain. These 3 guys had taken root in the Black Domain for so long. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their informants covered the entire Black Domain. When he thought of this, Wang Mang's expression immediately turned calm. Fellow Taoist, you're still underestimating me. I'm about to break through. I'm only missing a 6th order quota. So, I hope fellow Taoist can help me kill a realm lord. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King raised his head and looked at Wang Mang. A smile appeared on his fierce face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Wang Mang's answer, especially since Wang Mang had already accumulated enough foundation to break through to the 6th order. In this way, the return on his investment in Wang Mang would be very short. Therefore, the Black Devil King immediately smiled. So that's how it is. You want me to help you take down a 6th order, right? That's not a problem, but I want to raise the condition. If you think it's possible, I'll help you take down a sixth order venerable. At this point, the Black Devil King looked at Wang Mang. After seeing Wang Mang nod, he continued, "My conditions are very simple. After you break through to Sector Lord, you have to give me a rank 6 slot. Not only that, you have to swear a great Tao oath and owe me a favor. When I have a request for you, you cannot refuse. Also, you can't touch half of my share of the profits in the dark domain. The authority can return to your hands, but I want half of the benefits." Clearly, the Black Devil King understood the fifth stage lesser sovereign very well. Even Wang Mang was surprised at this guy's understanding of the fifth order lesser sovereign. Could it be that this guy had been on the path of the Myriad Worlds expedition? Although he was very surprised, Wang Mang was still disgusted by his greed, because if he really agreed to the other party's conditions, he would suffer a huge loss. Not only did he have to give back a sixth order slot, but he also had to give back a sixth order slot. Moreover, he had to promise that he would owe the other party a favor. But a favor that required the Black Devil King to open his mouth would definitely not be so easy to fill. Therefore, Wang Mang shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, your request is too much. Except for the second request, I can accept the first and third requests." Hearing this, the Black Devil King immediately chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you sure there are so many people who will help you? In a rank 6 world, there are very few people who have participated in the path of conquest that can return. I only agreed to your request because I have taken a fancy to your potential. Others don't have my vision. If it were others, even if you said a lot of things, not many people would believe you." With that, the Black Devil King crossed his arms and stopped talking. Seeing this, Wang Mang was unwilling to let go. The second favor had to be returned, and it had to be granted. He also needed to swear a great Tao oath. How could Wang Mang dare to swear it? If he couldn't complete it, it would affect him too much. A great Tao oath wasn't a casual oath. If it wasn't fulfilled, the great Tao wouldn't easily bypass Wang Mang. This was also the reason why Wang Mang didn't dare to agree. A great Tao oath couldn't be made easily. For a moment, the negotiation was in a stalemate. A few hours later, seeing that Wang Mang was unwilling to give in, the Black Devil King said, helplessly, "How about this? The second condition will be changed to that one day I will kill a powerhouse or destroy a force. You have to agree, and you have to help me with all your strength within your ability." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Okay, but it's impossible to swear a great Tao oath." The Black Devil King added again, "First, you have to swear a great Tao oath." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay." Then Wang Mang immediately swore a great Tao oath without hesitation. Of course, the great Tao oath that Wang Mang swore was not ambiguous and didn't give the Black Devil King any loopholes. The prerequisite for returning the quota was that the Black Devil King had to help him obtain a quota for a rank 6 position. After hearing Wang Mang's great Tao oath, the Black Devil King immediately nodded in satisfaction and then slowly said, "Tell me, which rank 6 powerhouse do you want to kill as a stepping stone? Since you already have the foundation to break through to rank 6, you should have a target already, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said, "I want to kill Li Tai Jian. He's the weakest and the smallest target." However, the Black Devil King quickly shook his head and said, "No, he's from the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and he's someone who has a position in the northern wilderness continent. If I help you kill him, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will definitely not let me go. Even if I have the confidence to take down Li Tai Jian, I can't attack him." After hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang immediately frowned. He didn't expect the Black Devil King to be so against attacking Li Taijian, although he guessed that Li Taijian's identity would make the Black Devil King wary. He didn't expect the Black Devil King to be so wary. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little displeased. Fellow Taoist, who do you think I should attack? Why don't you recommend a target? After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King suddenly felt a little awkward. That was because the rank 6 powerhouses had not been replaced for a long time. Why was there no replacement? Powerhouses who had broken through to rank 6 would become stronger as their strength progressed. Except for those who died in battle in the Myriad Worlds universe, Li Taijian seized the opportunity. It could be said that in the past 10,000 years, other than Chu Long and Li Taijian, there were no other rank 6 powerhouses in the northern wilderness continent. For a moment, the Black Devil King fell into silence. After a long time, he slowly said, I can help you capture Li Taijian for you to punish. If you really want to kill him, you can do it yourself. Chapter 950. After hearing Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was surprised. He didn't think that Black Devil King would be willing to capture Li Taijian, but he would rather capture him than kill Li Taijian. From this, it could be seen how fearful Black Devil King was of Li Taijian. Wang Mang couldn't help but worry. From this, he could tell killing Li Taijian would be a huge problem. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang was stunned. If he didn't kill Li Taijian, who would he kill? He had to kill a sector lord as a stepping stone. Could it be that he had to kill the other two? This was even more impossible. Even with Black Devil King's help, it was impossible. Because of this, he could only choose to kill Li Taijian, even if he had to pay a huge price, even if killing Li Taijian was troublesome. Thinking about this, Wang Mang nodded to Black Devil King and said, Good, you just need to capture him and hand him to me. Hearing this, Black Devil King looked deeply at Wang Mang and nodded indifferently. Good, give me half a month's time. I'll definitely bring him to you. After speaking, Black Devil King stood up and with a wave of his hand, he broke open the spirit barrier. Then, Black Devil King left the City Lord's mansion. As for Wang Mang, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't think that the negotiation would go so smoothly. Of course, Wang Mang knew that he had paid a huge price. However, to Wang Mang, as long as he broke through to level 6, it would all be easily solved. On the contrary, Wang Mang needed to think about how to deal with the trouble that would come from killing Li Taijian. Thinking about this, Wang Mang called out, Pan Zi, Jie Zi, come in. The next moment, Pan Zi and Jie Zi walked in from outside the City Lord's mansion. Greetings, Lord. After seeing the two, Wang Mang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he set up another spirit barrier. Seeing this, Pan Zi and Jie Zi were stunned and couldn't help but look at Wang Mang suspiciously. At this moment, Wang Mang slowly asked, You guys should know more about the rules of the Heaven Desolate Palace than me, right? Pan Zi and Jie Zi were stunned and nodded. Lord, you don't know, there are more than just rules. We know the rules of the Heaven Desolate Palace like the back of our hands. Because the requirement to join the Heaven Desolate Palace is to know all the rules. Hearing this, Wang Mang chuckled. What do you think? If a subordinate kills a superior or a member of the same rank, what do you think the Heaven Wasteland Palace will do after they find out? After hearing Wang Mang's words, Panzagotzi was shocked. He looked at Wang Mang with surprise and doubt. How could they not know what Wang Mang was thinking when he asked such a question? Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to kill the two deputy city lords. Not only that they didn't know what Wang Mang and the Black Devil King talked about, but in the face of Wang Mang's question, the two answered honestly. Lord, if you kill a member of the Heaven Desolate Palace of the same level, the Heaven Desolate Palace will imprison you or kill you. But if a subordinate kills a superior, the consequences will be very serious. You may be wanted, and even your entire family will be killed. As for those outside the Heaven Desolate Palace, once you kill a member of the Heaven Desolate Palace and involve a city-level member, you will be executed. Of course, if you are a rank 6, killing a village-level member of the Heaven Desolate Palace will cause trouble. In serious cases, you may even be imprisoned and punished severely. However, Lord, the above situation depends on the situation. Wang Mang's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he said slowly, "Then how do all of you think I would be able to avoid being entangled by the Heaven Desolate Hall if I wanted to kill a member of a large city?" Hearing this, Gaz was stunned, but Pansy quickly said, "Lord, if you want to kill a superior reasonably, you must have a solid reason. As long as the reason is solid, even if you are punished, it won't be too heavy. If there is someone above the Heaven Desolate Palace, it will just be a formality." After hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know. Thank you. When I break through to rank 6 and completely rule over the Black Domain, I will naturally not treat you badly." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Pansy and Gaz were excited and quickly said respectfully, "We will follow you till death." Obviously, any praise from Wang Mang was not as stimulating as this promotion. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "By the way, have you counted the members that I asked you to? Who in the city governor's mansion can be roped in, and who are the direct subordinates of Yuan Ge and Yang Wei?" Hearing this, Gaz quickly took out a record book and handed it over. "Lord, this is what we counted. We have basically contacted and tested everyone in the city governor's mansion." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately took the record book and read it. After reading it, Wang Mang was even more disappointed, because in the huge Heaven Desolate Palace, including Wang Mang, there were 18 official members of the Heaven Desolate Palace. Only 5 of them were willing to be close to him, the city governor. Moreover, these 5 people were all from the command department, which was Wang Mang's direct subordinates. As for the prison department and the governance department, no one was willing to be close to him, the city governor. It seemed that if he did not get rid of these 2 deputy city governors, he would not be able to hold complete power. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly said with an indifferent face, "From now on, you can start to make trouble for them. As for the reason to make trouble for them, you can find the reason yourself. In addition, don't provoke the 3 kings of the Dark Region now. Wait until I break through, then I will slowly deal with them. Also, you can ask the people from the command department to cooperate with you. They are my direct subordinates, and they will not disobey me." Hearing this, Pansy Gaz immediately said with a smile, "Yes, Lord." Seeing this, Wang Mang waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Pansy Gaz and Wang Mang left the city governor's mansion full of fighting spirit. Then, Wang Mang began to wait for news from the Black Devil King. But what Wang Mang did not expect was that this wait lasted for a full 3 months. Just when Wang Mang was about to lose his patience, a terrifying aura swept over. The next moment, Wang Mang saw it. Outside the city governor's mansion, the familiar figure of the Black Devil King was striding toward him. Moreover, Wang Mang also found that the Black Devil King's aura was somewhat unstable. After careful observation, Wang Mang found that the Black Devil King was seriously injured. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly felt bad. Could it be that the Black Devil King failed? When the Black Devil King came up, Wang Mang was about to ask, but the Black Devil King waved his hand and said, "I have caught him. Go to your seclusion room. I will hand him over to you." Chapter 951. After hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was immediately overjoyed. He thought that the Black Devil King had failed. After all, this guy had been out for so long. Compared to the half a month that he had promised him, he had been delayed for so long. When he returned, he was still injured. Even if he returned empty-handed, it was natural. However, what made Wang Mang happy was that this guy had really captured Li Taijian. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Then, he walked toward the seclusion room without stopping. Similarly, the Black Devil King followed closely behind. After arriving at the seclusion room, Wang Mang set up a barrier. Then, the Black Devil King said, "I chased him all the way to the East God continent. Moreover, in the process of capturing him, I was injured by an expert of the same level. If I didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid that not only would I be injured, but I would also be doomed to fail." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Thank you for your help. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I agree to your condition and return the 6th rank quota. As long as you ask, I'll get it for you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King's expression eased slightly. This time, in order to capture Li Taijian for Wang Mang, he had taken a huge risk. Even he himself had suffered considerable injuries. One could imagine how big of an obstacle he had encountered. However, in the end, he had succeeded in capturing Li Taijian. The process was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, after hearing Wang Mang's words, the displeasure in his heart naturally dissipated. "I'll hand over Li Taijian to you now. In addition, I've already used a 6th rank lower treasure, the God imprisoning cage, to trap him. After you break through, remember to return my treasures to me," Yi Zichen said. "As for killing him, you can directly add the power of law to the God imprisoning cage. At that time, even a trace of this guy's true spirit will not be able to escape. He will be refined to death by the God imprisoning cage." Then, the Black Devil King transformed into a black-clothed man. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he transformed into another handsome young man. At this time, the Black Devil King waved his sleeve and a strange iron cage appeared. It was a square iron cage. In the iron cage, Li Taijian's body was riddled with wounds as he was imprisoned within. When he saw Wang Mang and the Black Devil King, he was stunned. Li Taijian roared with a ferocious expression. "You captured me. All of you will die a horrible death. Do you think that you can escape after killing me? The heaven desolate palace behind me will not let you off. Even if I die, all of you are destined to be buried with me." Clearly, Li Taijian also knew that his situation was very bad. After all, even he himself did not expect to be captured by an expert. But even though he had some guesses in his heart about the possibility of the people who had captured him, he didn't know who they were. However, he was still unable to determine who had captured him. Therefore, although Li Taijian was terrified and angry, he was imprisoned. However, he could only rely on threats. The only thing he could rely on now was the heaven-desolate palace behind him. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grinned and said, "Kid, don't waste your time. If we were afraid of threats, we would have let you go long ago. Therefore, since we dared to capture you, we are naturally not afraid of the heaven-desolate palace." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Li Taijian obviously did not recognize Wang Mang. However, he was extremely agitated and roared at Wang Mang with a ferocious expression. "Who do you think you are? If this black-clothed man had not captured me, do you think you are worthy to stand in front of me and speak?" Obviously, even though he was imprisoned, he could not escape at all. He could not even self-destruct. However, he was still a stage 6 expert. To Wang Mang, who had not reached stage 6, he did not take him seriously at all. Moreover, he guessed that the black-clothed man's capture was very likely related to this young man. It might even be to kill him and deprive him of his position as the realm master. Therefore, even if he did not recognize Wang Mang, it would be strange if his attitude towards Wang Mang was good. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grinned and said, "Good, good, good. Your mouth is very powerful. Let's see how long you can be stubborn." With that, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at the Black Devil King. He nodded and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Hearing this, the Black Devil King waved his hand and said, "I will wait for fellow Taoist's good news." With that, the Black Devil King turned around and left. He raised his hand and blasted open the barrier. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately used the power of law and began to set up the barrier. Not long after, Wang Mang set up the barrier again. But just as Wang Mang was about to break through to stage 6, suddenly Li Taijian, who was in the God-imprisoning cage, exclaimed angrily, "It's you, you little bastard." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Li Taijian with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Li Taijian's face was ferocious. "Do you think I won't recognize you if you change your face? So it's you. Then the ones who captured me should be the 3 kings of the dark region. If I had known this, I would have killed you at all costs." Speaking of this, Li Taijian's tone was filled with hatred. At the same time, he had undoubtedly confirmed Wang Mang's identity. This caused Wang Mang to feel extremely astonished. Just how did this guy do it? However, since he had been seen through, Wang Mang could not be bothered to disguise himself. In the next moment, Wang Mang's body shook, and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, Wang Mang grinned at Li Taijian and said, "Boy, you didn't expect this, right? You didn't expect to fall into my hands one day, right?" Seeing that Wang Mang was no longer disguising himself, Li Taijian's face was ferocious. "How dare you kill me? Do you know that my Li family is one of the 3 big families in the northern wilderness continent? Even if you kill me, you can forget about living. Not only will my Li family's ancestor find trouble with you, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will not let you go either. I advise you not to do anything stupid and make a mistake." Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was indifferent. He sneered, "Since I dare to kill you, I naturally know the consequences. Wait until I break through to the Sector Lord level, who can easily do anything to me." After speaking, Wang Mang ignored Li Taijian's furious roars and curses. Then, Wang Mang began to sit cross-legged. At the same time, he began to adjust his state to break through to the next realm. In the next moment, Wang Mang did not hesitate and began to break through to the next realm without any distracting thoughts. At the same time, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, begin to evolve." Then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Successfully deducted 1 trillion energy points. Beginning to evolve. Ding. Detected that the host has captured a Sector Lord level expert. Ding. Ensure that the host can successfully break through and evolve. The system automatically controls the life and death of the Sector Lord so that the host can seamlessly connect and obtain the Sector Lord level 6 identity token. After hearing the system's words, Wang Mang did not have time to think before he lost consciousness. Chapter 952. In the process of breaking through, Wang Mang only felt that his primordial spirit and true spirit were constantly ascending, flying out of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. It was still ascending towards the end of the sky at a terrifying speed. Until Wang Mang arrived, the 6 Tao rivers that he was once familiar with were still ascending. Soon, he flew past the 6 great Tao rivers. like the river of time, the river of space, the river of karma. Wait, after flying across the 5 Tao rivers, Wang Mang's primordial spirit and true spirit finally saw the legendary river of the Great Tao. The river of the Great Tao looked incomparably blue, like a river of life. But the power of the Great Tao in the river of the Great Tao was incomparably majestic and terrifying. It was as if any power in the river of the Great Tao was difficult to create waves. At the same time, Wang Mang endured the pain and quickly pulled out a trace of his primordial spirit and true spirit. He injected this trace of primordial spirit and true spirit into the Great Tao quicksand floating beside him. Then Wang Mang threw the Great Tao quicksand into the river of the Great Tao with all his strength. Under Wang Mang's anxious gaze, this grain of Great Tao quicksand was as small as a speck of dust. Finally, after a long time, this grain of Great Tao quicksand, it finally fell into the river of the Great Tao. There was not the slightest ripple, like a speck of dust falling into the sea. At the same time, Wang Mang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then Wang Mang's primordial spirit and true spirit quickly began to fall downwards. At the same time, Wang Mang felt the sky and earth spinning, and even his primordial spirit and true spirit fell into a blur of consciousness. At the same time, when Wang Mang was breaking through, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei, who were also in the city lord's mansion, were somewhat uneasy. They did not know why. Recently, they had been feeling uneasy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. But they tried their best to deduce, but could not deduce anything at all. Therefore, they were in a very bad mood these days. In addition, Wang Mang fell into a strange silence. He was just looking for trouble with the city lord's mansion and did not care. This made them even more confused. What was Wang Mang, the city lord, trying to do? Originally, they thought that Wang Mang would fall out with the 3 kings of the dark region. However, in the past 3 months, Wang Mang's men had avoided the 3 kings of the dark region even more. This made them even more depressed. They were still hoping that Wang Mang and the Black Region 3 kings would start fighting. In the end, ever since Wang Mang summoned the Black Devil King, Wang Mang's attitude changed drastically. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what Wang Mang wanted to do. Similarly, they also did not know that Wang Mang was breaking through to the 6th Order. If they knew about this, they would probably pee their pants. After all, none of them believed that Wang Mang had the qualifications to break through to the 6th stage. Moreover, even if he had the qualifications to assail Tier 6, it was impossible to have a position. In order to break through to the Type 6 realm, one would have to kill a Type 6 powerhouse and obtain the identity token. Just this alone was enough to stop all those who wanted to advance to Tier 6, a Tier 5 existence. If one wanted to advance to Tier 6, how could one have the qualifications to cross realms and attack a Tier 6 powerhouse? A Tier 5 powerhouse couldn't compete with a Tier 6 powerhouse at all, unless it was an invincible sovereign or a sovereign-level existence. But in the universe, where did so many sovereigns come from? There weren't many at all, okay? Therefore, this was also one of the benefits of Tier 5 powerhouses stepping on the path of conquering the universe. A Tier 5 lesser sovereign had the opportunity to pry open the door to Tier 6. An invincible sovereign would definitely advance to Tier 6. If these conditions were not met, what would one do if they wanted to break through to Tier 6? Unless there was a Tier 6 powerhouse willing to help you fight for resources and fully cultivate you. Moreover, they would need to kill a Tier 6 powerhouse to obtain the identity token. Without the identity token, it was impossible to break through to Tier 6 in the universe. One could imagine how desperate it would be for those Tier 5 powerhouses to advance to Tier 6 in the future. Either they had heaven-defying talent and became a lesser sovereign level genius, or they had a heaven-defying background and a Tier 6 powerhouse to help them. Without both, there was basically no hope of entering Tier 6 in this lifetime. Moreover, it was well known that a Tier 6 world repelled a Tier 5 world. Even an existence like Wang Mang would have entered a Tier 6 world if his talent hadn't reached the lesser sovereign level. Most likely, he wouldn't have been able to get the boss of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland to accept him. If he didn't meet the conditions, rashly entering a Tier 6 world was courting death. Wang Mang was just a Tier 5 powerhouse. He was immediately discovered as soon as he entered a Tier 6 world. If he didn't have the strength, he would have been killed by Li Taijian on the spot. At this moment, in the Deputy City Lord's mansion. Sai, what do you think is going on day after day? What is this guy trying to do? Recently, he's been even more mysterious. Yuan Ge looked helplessly at Yang Wei and said with a worried face. Yang Wei also said helplessly, "How would I know?" Moreover, not long ago, there was bad news. Lord Li Taijian, who we secretly relied on, seems to have disappeared. It is said that he was captured by a mysterious Tier 6 powerhouse. Why do you think he captured a Tier 6 powerhouse? I'm worried that Lord Li Taijian, who we secretly relied on, is going to die. After hearing Yang Wei's words, Yuan Ge also felt a headache. Before Wang Mang's arrival, they were doing fine here, although the battle between the two of them was unusually fierce. But they secretly relied on Li Taijian's people, because they couldn't mix in with Chu Long's direct descendants. In addition, Li Taijian had just risen not long ago. Thus, they secretly sought refuge with him. Unfortunately, it was an area under Li Taijian's jurisdiction. They couldn't speak at all in Chu Long's territory. Chu Long and Li Taijian had been enemies for a long time, because Chu Long's family was once the #1 family in the northern wilderness. It could even be called one of the 4 great families of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, along with the 3 #1 families of the Eastern God Continent, Southern Barbarian Continent, and Western Demon Continent. They were listed as the 4 great families of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, because in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the 4 great families all had a common threshold, which was to have 3 Tier 6 powerhouses. In the past, the Chu family naturally had 3 Tier 6 powerhouses, but one of the Chu family's Tier 6 powerhouses accidentally fell in the myriad worlds. Li Taijian immediately connected seamlessly. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy about it. Therefore, the grudge between the Chu family and the Li family was born. But the Li family was not afraid of the Chu family, because the 2 Tier 6 powerhouses of the Li family were both from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Therefore, they were naturally not afraid of the Chu family's revenge. But now, such an unforeseen event had happened to the Li family. The Li family was probably not peaceful at this moment. In fact, Li Taijian's disappearance, it was more serious than they had imagined. At this moment, in the Northern Wilderness Palace, in a solemn hall, the members of the Li family's direct bloodline, they all lowered their heads and shivered. They saw a white-haired old man at the national level. He walked back and forth in the room anxiously. He had already sent people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace to look for Li Taijian. He even sent a Tier 6 powerhouse from the Heaven Wasteland Palace who was close to the Li family. But until now, there was still no news at all. This made him very anxious. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Li Taijian's longevity tablet in the distance. But in the next moment, something happened that made his eyes bloodshot. He saw that Li Taijian's longevity tablet instantly cracked. Chapter 953. No, Jian, my Jian, For a moment, he broke down. The Leaf family's old man couldn't help but twist his face. He roared at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His body staggered. The Leaf family's old man, who was a six-stage powerhouse, almost fell to the ground. A six-stage powerhouse. In order to train Li Taijian, this son, oh no, his grandson on the surface, he didn't know how much effort he had put in order to train Li Taijian. He offended the Chu family, but he didn't regret it at all. In order to strengthen the Li family, he didn't care at all, because Li Taijian wasn't his grandson at all. On the contrary, it was his son. It was just that outsiders didn't know all this. It was his son and his daughter-in-law's son. Therefore, he would spare no effort to train Li Taijian, because his original son's bloodline was too disappointing. Therefore, he and his son also sowed seeds in his daughter-in-law. The result made him overjoyed. He actually had a second bloodline. It was too difficult for a six-stage powerhouse to have a direct bloodline. Even he didn't have much hope, but his son didn't live up to expectations. But he didn't expect that Li Taijian was born. After Li Taijian was born, he didn't let him down when he grew up. Although he was also very mediocre, he couldn't be compared to his eldest son. Li Taijian, who was born to his daughter-in-law and him, was very hard-working. Therefore, he spared no effort to train Li Taijian and help Li Taijian break through to the sixth stage. At this time, a pot-bellied man walked up with a sad face. He hurriedly supported the Leaf family's old man and sobbed with tears streaming down his face. "Father, the most important thing now is to find the murderer who killed Jian. Your grandson can't die for no reason." Of course, although he was crying sadly with tears streaming down his face. But in fact, Li Dashan was very excited and happy, although he was Li Taijian's father in name. But Li Taijian was not a fool. Could he only be unaware of the trick, no matter how well he usually hit it? But he still noticed that something was wrong, especially Li Taijian's appearance. It was exactly the same as his father. Li Taijian, on the other hand, looked nothing like his father. He had guessed it long ago, but he didn't dare to express it. After all, so what if he said it out loud? Could it be that he could overthrow his father? His father was a Type 6 divine warrior. He couldn't overturn it at all, much less contend against it. Therefore, Li Taijian's death was great news for him. If that was the case, it would be impossible for the old man not to nurture him with all his might. After all, the fact that this old thing had two sons was already a legend in the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. She wanted to have another child. How could this be? If the powerhouses of the six realms thought it was so easy to obtain a bloodline, they would be too naive. For a Tier 6 powerhouse to be born with a bloodline, the difficulty was simply higher than breaking through to Tier 7. Therefore, the harder Li Dashan cried, the happier he felt. It was good that Li Taijian died. If he didn't die, how would he have a chance? Right at this moment, the old man from the Leaf family roared with a ferocious expression. "Investigate. No matter who killed my Jian, I'll make sure that person dies a graveless death." Hearing this, Li Dashan sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he looked sad and pained. As for who killed Li Taijian, he didn't care at all, while the old man from the Li family was furious. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion of the Black Domain, in the seclusion room of the City Lord's mansion, at this moment, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his seclusion. At this moment, Wang Mang's entire body was covered in black devouring laws. Obviously, after breaking through to Tier 6, the power of laws all over his body had transformed into the devouring laws. Is this the power of a realm lord? It's indeed many times stronger than Tier 5. To be honest, the gap between Tier 6 and Tier 5 was only known to those who had truly broken through. The difference between the two was really incomparable. Only a peak rank 5 utmost exalt would be able to close the gap. At the same time, Wang Mang also felt it. There was already a connection between him and the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. This so-called connection was the identity token that Wang Mang obtained. This identity token was naturally obtained from Li Taijin. Similarly, if one day Wang Mang died, others would also obtain the identity token on his body. Of course, this day would never come. Just as Wang Mang was filled with emotion and feeling the powerful power in his body, at this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Energy units have changed. As the energy value unit is too small, it will be replaced by the law value in the future. 100 million energy value equals 1 law value. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. 1 trillion energy value has been converted into law value for the host. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then Wang Mang was relieved. After all, his energy value had now reached 1 trillion. It was obviously not suitable to continue using it. Therefore, it was normal to replace it with a new energy unit. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but wonder, system, which law stone crystal? What's the ratio with the energy unit? The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Low-grade law crystal 100 is equal to 1 law value. Middle-grade law crystal 10 is equal to 1 law value. High-grade law crystal 1 is equal to 1 law value. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang suddenly understood. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Due to the host's promotion to rank 6, the host's original rank 5, Lesser Supreme, has successfully fallen to rank 6 Unparalleled Heavens Chosen. Note, with the blessing of a Heavens Chosen, you have the battle strength of a rank 6 heavenly layer. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned again. Good heavens! From rank 5 to rank 6, he directly fell from Lesser Supreme to Unparalleled Heavens Chosen, directly dropped by 3 levels. In other words, even after an Unparalleled Supreme broke through to rank 6, they would also fall from Unparalleled Supreme to Mythical Heavens Chosen. After thinking of this, Wang Mang felt much better in his heart. Moreover, in this way, his current basic battle strength had reached the 4th heavenly layer of Realm Lord. Once he used the Heavens Chosen technique, no one in the 4th heavenly layer of Realm Lord could compete with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly became high-spirited. With his current strength in the Black Domain, he was fully deserving of the title of king. What Black Devil King? What Shadow Devil King? What Blood Devil King? All of them were suppressed. Now in the Black Domain, who else could contend against him? There was already no one who could contend against him. Chapter 954. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang was so happy. Ruling the Black Domain was not difficult for him now. As for the 2 Vice City Lords of the City Lord's Mansion, they did not pose any threat to Wang Mang. In a good mood, Wang Mang did not come out of seclusion so quickly. On the contrary, he still had a treasure, which was the God Refining Gourd. Now that he had broken through to the Sector Lord realm, this thing should be able to be used. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart moved. He took out the God Refining Gourd from the storage space and floated in front of him. Looking at the completely black and purple God Refining Gourd, Wang Mang reached out and took it. Then, Wang Mang poured in the power of law and tried to open the gourd lid. But What surprised Wang Mang was that the gourd lid was finally gently opened by him. Then, a terrifying devouring law appeared. It was so powerful that even Wang Mang was shocked. He hurriedly closed the lid of the god refining gourd. He was afraid that if he continued to open the gourd lid, he would be sucked into the gourd. Then, Wang Mang began to study the god refining gourd. He studied it for more than a month before he understood the use of the god refining gourd. This was a treasure that could absorb a sector lord into the god refining gourd. Other than that, this god refining gourd could also absorb divine weapons into the gourd. Moreover, after being absorbed into the gourd, after a period of time, the experts or divine weapons that were absorbed into the gourd, they would be devoured and refined into pure power of law, or law crystal. After hearing this news, Wang Mang was even more overjoyed. This thing was too practical. Whether it was an expert or a divine weapon, they could all be absorbed into it. It could even be refined into pure power of law, or law crystal. This was simply a good item for refining and refining items, a good item for experts. Moreover, this thing could be used against enemies. Once Wang Mang activated it with all his strength, it could also absorb experts. It was simply a gourd that could be used for multiple purposes. Of course, it was worth mentioning. The god refining gourd wanted to absorb experts, unless the expert wasn't higher than a sector lord. Moreover, he was weaker than Wang Mang, because no matter how powerful Wang Mang's strength was, it was impossible for him to defeat Wang Mang. However, a low-grade 6-tier treasure was still a low-grade 6-tier treasure. It was naturally impossible to take away a World King level powerhouse. Its use could only be maximized at Sector Lord level. As for why it was related to Wang Mang's strength, if Wang Mang relied on a bottle gourd, he was invincible against Sector Lords. That was completely unrealistic. Other than that, the gourd had another condition to keep a Sector Lord in. That was if the other party was injured, and the more serious the injury, the more likely it was that they would be sucked in. As for those who were much weaker than Wang Mang, for example, Sector Lords of the first level, Wang Mang could easily absorb it into the soul refining gourd with his powerful strength. Even without relying on the soul refining gourd, Wang Mang could easily suppress and kill them, because the difference between each sky of sector lord level was simply too great. The difference between each sky was as much as 10 times. Because of this, although this function was a bit useless, it could be refined into law crystals. This function was quite good. It could be used to trap people and also to convert law crystals. Thus, Wang Mang used half a year to successfully refine the soul refining gourd. After finishing all of this, Wang Mang joyfully muttered in his heart, "Don't worry. System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared. Wang Mang, Heaven's Powerhouse, Heaven Wasteland Palace member. Type: 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Bloodline: Sector Lord 2 stars, Demon God Snake Blood. Realm: Sector Lord First Level, Supreme Heaven's Pride. Body: 850 meters long, 40 meters wide. 3 billion tons weight. Divine Ability: Ancient Demon Tyrant Body, Pseudo 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6. Devouring God Art, Pseudo 6. Escape Wind, Pseudo 6. 3 Devouring Arts, 6 levels. Heaven's Chosen Arts, 6 levels. Space: 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water. 2 King Tokens, 6th rank lower grade bad. Luck Card X1. Designated Lottery Chance X1. Equipment: Sovereign Mask, 5 levels. Soul Refining Gourd, 6 levels. God Devouring Halberd, 6 levels. 100 War Divine Armor, 6 levels. Azure Lotus Sword, 6 levels. Slaughtering Demon Blade, 6 levels. Talent: 19050/15,000, Lesser Sovereign. Law Points: 10,000/30,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Meng immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that becoming a sector lord wasn't that difficult. 30,000 law points. Wang Meng believed that it wouldn't be difficult to gather them. Thinking of this, Wang Meng slowly stood up and prepared to leave seclusion. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Detected host's current situation. Host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1, already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in a disciple and nurture the disciple into a sector lord powerhouse. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, free evolution chance X1. Sector lord blind box X1. Sector lord treasure, chest X1. Mission 2, already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in 2 disciples and nurture them into sector lord powerhouses. The final reward will be based on the number of disciples who break through the 6th rank. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, free evolution chance X2. Sector lord blind box X2. Sector lord treasure, chest X2. Mission 3, already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in 3 disciples and nurture them into sector lord powerhouses. The final reward will be based on the number of disciples who break through the 6th rank. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, free evolution chance X3. Sector lord blind box X1. Sector lord treasure, chest X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Meng was immediately stunned. What the hell? What kind of strange mission is this? He needed a disciple. Moreover, he could nurture them into sector lord powerhouses for free. Such a good thing. He had never encountered such a thing before. Which big shot was willing to nurture him? No. If there was a dominator powerhouse now, or even a sector king powerhouse would nurture him, Wang Meng didn't mind calling the other party master, because he didn't need to put in any effort to reap the rewards. Such a good thing. Who wouldn't want it? But the system actually gave out such a mission. Wasn't this just asking him to be a good person? Obviously, even if it was nominally accepting a disciple, Wang Meng wasn't willing, no matter how generous the reward was. Wang Meng was also incomparably conflicted, even hesitating. The reward was indeed generous, but he really didn't want to be a good person. This was like asking a selfish person to selflessly contribute. This was simply worse than killing Wang Meng. But the system's reward was very generous. It directly gave him a free evolution chance. In other words, he didn't need to worry about increasing his strength. The mission reward would lose its effect on him. Moreover, bringing in a disciple to become a sector lord would give him a free evolution chance. To be honest, this reward was already very generous. It was so generous that Wang Meng was completely speechless. But the problem was that Wang Meng was such an incomparably selfish person. To nurture a 6th rank disciple for free, this was simply worse than killing him. Chapter 955. Sigh. System. Why did you give me such a mission? How do you want me to complete the mission? For a moment, Wang Meng's face was full of pain. This feeling made Wang Meng feel very conflicted. How difficult was it to break through to rank 6? Look at the promise that Wang Meng owed the Black Devil King. This was also under the condition that Wang Meng's foundation was perfect. In the end, Wang Meng still owed the Black Devil King a rank 6 quota. Therefore, one could imagine that if Wang Meng wanted to complete the mission, how big of a price would he have to pay? Thinking of this, Wang Meng couldn't help but feel conflicted. After a long silence, Wang Meng finally decided to choose the 3rd mission. Yes, Wang Meng decided to choose the most beneficial option. At most, he would ruthlessly squeeze his disciple. Moreover, when he broke through to rank 6, it was impossible that he wouldn't clash with a rank 6 powerhouse. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the third mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was still quite good. Then Wang Mang raised his hand and blasted open the enchantment on the seclusion room. Then Wang Mang walked out of the seclusion room and came to the mansion in the city. At that moment, when the temporary workers of the city lord's residence saw Wang Mang, they were all stunned. They could naturally feel the terrifying aura on Wang Mang's body. That was the aura of a rank 6 powerhouse. For a moment, the temporary workers in the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. After all, the city lord who had been in seclusion for close to a year had actually reached rank 6. What did this mean? It meant that Li Taijian, who had died not long ago, it was very likely related to their city lord. After all, no other rank 6 experts had fallen in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland recently. Even though they had guessed what was going on, they all pretended not to know. No one said a word. After all, this was a matter between the big shots. It was not something temporary workers like them could interfere with. Don't even talk about it. Otherwise, such a big shot would have crushed them to death. It was as easy as crushing an ant. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed the changes in their expressions. However, Wang Mang didn't care at all. Since he dared to kill Li Taijian, he naturally guessed that the situation wouldn't be good. But now, he had the strength of a sector lord at the 4th level, using the Heaven's Chosen technique. He had the strength of a sector lord at the 5th level. He was no longer afraid of these small difficulties. So what if he killed him? Was he going to kill him for a dead man? He was thinking too much. If it really couldn't be solved, Wang Mang would run away immediately. Don't forget, Wang Mang still had the king's decree. This was Wang Mang's confidence. As long as before the end of the conquering path, he could return to the conquering path at any time. Then, he could escape through the conquering path. Of course, Wang Mang had already lost the qualifications to return to the conquering path, because he had already broken through to the 6th level. This meant that Wang Mang was destined to lose the qualifications. But because he had the king's decree, he could still return. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Mang wasn't worried. At this moment, 2 shocked voices sounded. "How could you have broken through to the 6th level? You couldn't have killed Li Taijian. Damn it! You must have asked someone to help you kill Li Taijian." Hearing this, Wang Mang looked sideways and saw Yuan Ge and Yang Wei. At this moment, the 2 of them were staring at Wang Mang with their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. After coming back to their senses, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei sneered coldly. "You're finished. You dared to kill Li Taijian. The Heaven Wasteland Palace won't let you off." "That's right. The Li clan's imperial elder has been looking for you for a long time. The Li clan's imperial elder won't let you off." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. "You still have the time to worry about me. You'd better worry about yourselves. Don't worry. You'll die before me. So, I'll send you on your way now." At this point, Wang Mang slowly walked toward the 2 of them. Seeing this, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei, who had regained their senses, widened their eyes in horror. They pointed at Wang Mang in disbelief and said in shock and anger, "You're crazy. We're members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If you want to die, kill us. You won't have a good ending." Hearing this, Wang Mang grinned and said, "It's okay. Too many debts don't weigh me down. Anyway, Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei were stunned. They were actually speechless for a moment. Yes, he had already killed Li Taijian. What was the point of killing them now? Were their lives more precious than Li Taijian's? Obviously, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. How could their lives be compared to Li Taijian's? Thinking of this, they felt their scalps go numb, especially when they saw the unbridled and cold murderous intent in Wang Mang's eyes. The two of them retreated in horror and roared at the same time. "You can't do this. You can't kill us." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered and waved at the two of them. In the next moment, the terrifying Devour Law emerged, and the two of them flew toward Wang Mang uncontrollably. "No, no!" The two of them screamed in horror and struggled wildly. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Under the control of Wang Mang's terrifying Devour Law, they could not escape. They couldn't escape at all. They couldn't even resist. In the next moment, the two of them were blasted into a bloody mist by Wang Mang's two fingers. Then Wang Mang opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking the two of them into his mouth. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 2 Grand Perfection God Emperors. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 2 law points. Damn! This depreciation was too exaggerated. A Grand Perfection God Emperor only provided him with 2 law points. One had to know that before he broke through to rank 6, a Grand Perfection God Emperor could provide him with 10 billion energy points. That was 100 law points, but now it had depreciated by 100 times. In other words, a Grand Perfection God Emperor was of no use to him. This was comparable to the cost of 100 people entering and leaving Blackfield City. This was indeed something Wang Mang did not expect, but Wang Mang soon felt relieved, because he had never thought of relying on killing Grand Perfection God Emperors to accumulate his foundation. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the City Lord Mansion in a sorry state. It was a young man who looked very miserable. This young man was immediately delighted when he saw Wang Mang. "Greetings, City Lord. Lord City Lord. Lord Black Devil King wants you to hurry out of Blackfield City to help him." Shadow Devil King and Blood Devil King joined forces to try and kill Lord Black Devil King while he was recuperating. "Lord City Lord, I beg you to hurry up and go save our Lord Black Devil King." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that while Black Devil King was recuperating, he was actually ambushed by Blood Devil King and Shadow Devil King. Moreover, from this brat's anxious tone, at this moment Black Devil King's situation was probably not optimistic. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes immediately turned. Should he stall for time and wait for Black Devil King to die before going over? At that time, it wouldn't be him who didn't keep his promise. After all, if Black Devil King didn't hold on, what did it have to do with him? This way, he wouldn't have to promise Black Devil King a spot. Chapter 956. It could be said that as long as he delayed until the Black Devil King died, he would gain a lot of benefits and benefits. The rewards and benefits were plentiful. He did not have to fulfill his promise to the Black Devil King. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could be said to be restless. He glanced at the young man and waved his hand to refuse. "Young friend, it's not that I don't want to save him, but I just broke through and haven't stabilized my cultivation yet." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the anxious young man was stunned. However, this young man was not stupid. Wang Mang's current state did not look like he had stabilized his cultivation at all. Obviously, Wang Mang was going to refuse. Thinking of this, The young man immediately gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord, please don't refuse." The Black Devil King said that if you refuse, he wants you to fulfill your oath now and return him a rank 6 quota. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face suddenly darkened, and he was speechless. The Black Devil King was really prepared. He was afraid that he would not save him. Because of that, Wang Mang was speechless when he passed on the message to the youth. However, he could fulfill his oath now and return the rank 6 quota. After all, in this process, he could also stall for time. At most, he could stall until he and this guy died. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said indifferently, "I can fulfill my oath now. I will think of a way to get the rank 6 quota for him now." "Okay, you can go now." After saying that, Wang Mang waved his hand, indicating that the young man could get lost. He did make a great Tao oath that he would return the rank 6 quota. However, he did not say when. When he made the great Tao oath, he also said that he would return the rank 6 quota. However, he did not say that he would return the rank 6 quota within the stipulated time. In other words, this great Tao oath actually had a loophole. If the other party died, he could indeed not fulfill his oath. As the saying goes, when a person dies, his debt will disappear, and his Tao will disappear. Seeing Wang Mang directly drive him away, the young man was stunned. After regaining his senses, he looked at Wang Mang with a face full of anger and asked loudly, "Fellow Taoist, are you really going to go back on your word? Or does fellow Taoist not intend to fulfill the oath of the great Tao at all?" Hearing that, Wang Mang looked at the young man in surprise, feeling surprised. It seemed like this young man knew quite a lot about the oath he had made with the Black Devil King. This proved that the relationship between this youth and the Black Devil King had benefited greatly. Wang Mang even guessed that the Class 6 quota that the Black Devil King wanted him to promise was very likely prepared for this youth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said with his hands behind his back, "When did I say that I won't make an oath? My cultivation base is not stable right now. After I stabilize my cultivation base, why can't I immediately fulfill my cultivation base? Furthermore, the vow between me and the Black Devil King did not allow me to return the 6th order quota within the stipulated time." After that, Wang Mang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Get lost. I don't wish to speak any further." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man's face was filled with anger. He glared at Wang Mang. Unfortunately, Wang Mang did not care at all. His eyes were cold as he flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Don't make me attack you. Get lost." And the young man was so angry that his whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Untrustworthy people who do not abide by their oaths will not have a good ending." After that, the young man no longer hesitated and turned to leave quickly. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately laughed disdainfully. Then, Wang Mang quietly followed behind. After all, the battle between the 3 kings of the Black Domain. He could not really turn a blind eye to it. Perhaps he could solve it once and for all. If the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King could really kill the Black Devil King, Wang Mang would also seize the opportunity to see if he could stop the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King. If he had the chance to get rid of all 3 of them, he would be the true king of the Black Domain. Very quickly, Wang Mang quietly followed the young man to the outskirts of the Black Domain city. He saw the young man anxiously rushing towards a mountain range. Wang Mang could vaguely feel through the law energy ripples that in the depths of the mountain range, there was a great battle between level 6 experts. Then, Wang Mang gave up on following the young man. He immediately followed the law energy ripples and concealed his aura as he sped away. After arriving at the depths of the mountain range, Wang Mang saw the 3 kings of the Black Domain fighting intensely. Among them, the Black Devil King was being attacked by two other Sector Lord Fourth Heaven experts. Under the joint attack of these two Sector Lord experts, the Black Devil King was in a difficult situation. His body was riddled with injuries, and from the situation of the three of them fighting, the Black Devil King was really in a great danger. 1 against 2, under the situation where the difference in strength wasn't big, this was undoubtedly seeking death. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately crossed his arms and remained hidden in the dark. After all, now was not the time for him to make a move. At the same time, Wang Mang could also vaguely hear the Black Devil King's pleading voice. "The two of you, why must you force each other? The three of us have peacefully worked together in the Black Domain for so many years. Once we die, it won't be of much benefit to the two of you, right?" Hearing this, the tall and sturdy Blood Demon King sneered. "Don't worry, after you die, there will naturally be someone to take over your position. Also, the Black Domain's resources are too little. It's unable to maintain the steady accumulation of the three of us. So, fellow Taoist, you should go in peace." Hearing Blood Demon King's words, the Black Devil King was furious. Unfortunately, it was of no use. He could only blame himself. When he helped Wang Mang take down Li Taijian, he was heavily injured, and this secret information was discovered by Blood Demon King and Shadow Demon King, which was why the two of them took the chance to attack. But in reality, the Black Domain was so huge. The benefits provided to the three of them were enough, but one less person meant one more share of resources. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Although the three kings of the Black Domain had worked together to dominate the Black Domain for a long time, but this was because their strength was about the same. If the Black Devil King hadn't been seriously injured, they wouldn't have made a move. But the news of the Black Devil King was leaked, and they seized the opportunity. Therefore, the two of them chose to seize the opportunity to kill the Black Devil King. Moreover, as time passed, the Black Devil King was in danger. Therefore, the rank 6 Black Devil Spear in his hand couldn't resist the crazy attacks of the two at all. In the end, the Black Devil King was on the verge of death under the suppression of the two of them. But the Black Devil King still seemed to have persevered. But when the Black Devil King saw the young man coming alone from afar, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't hold on any longer and roared at the young man, "Go! The farther you go, the better." Hearing this, the young man's eyes turned red, and he stood on the spot for a long time. But no matter how the Black Devil King roared, he didn't choose to leave. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but be surprised. Unfortunately, even if the young man didn't leave, it was useless, because under Wang Mang's observation, the Black Devil King was seriously injured and on the verge of death. In the end, he was jointly attacked by Blood Demon King and Shadow Demon King. He was imprisoned in a rank 6 white iron cage. Chapter 957. Obviously, the Blood Demon King and the Shadow Demon King, they were not in a hurry to kill the Black Devil King. As for the reason, it was very simple. Killing a 6th Order was not worth anything to them. Once the Black Devil King was killed, they would not be able to connect seamlessly, as well as creating another 6th stage, Venerable. In this way, what was the point of hunting the Black Devil King with all their might? Therefore, they could not let the Black Devil King die at all. Imprisoning him was the best way. At the same time, Wang Mang was also ready to make a move, but he still resisted the impulse. After all, he needed to determine who took the Blood Demon King and the Shadow Demon King away. Whoever took the Black Devil King away, Wang Mang would make a move on him. In this way, he could also maximize the benefits. Once he imprisoned 2 6th Order powerhouses, wouldn't he have 2 6th Order quotas? At that time, He only needed to recruit a disciple with a perfect foundation, and he could easily complete the task. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He calmed down and waited to see who was going to imprison this guy. Soon, Wang Mang saw the two of them whispering to each other. After discussing for a while, in the end, the Blood Demon King gave a storage ring to the Shadow Demon King. Then, the Blood Demon King took away the white Sixth Order cage that imprisoned the Black Devil King. As for the young man, he was completely ignored by the two of them. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang naturally followed quietly in the dark. What surprised Wang Mang was that the Blood Demon King did not go towards the Black Domain. On the contrary, he walked towards the depths of the mountain range. He had no intention of walking towards the Black Domain. This made Wang Mang even happier, because if this guy returned to the Black Domain, Wang Mang really did not have a chance to make a move. Half an hour after the Blood Demon King flew towards the depths of the mountain range, Wang Mang finally could not bear it anymore. He jumped out of his hiding place and stood in front of the Blood Demon King. When he saw Wang Mang suddenly appear, the Blood Demon King was obviously shocked. Especially when he felt Wang Mang's strange aura, he was even more astonished, because Wang Mang's aura was clearly that of a sector lord at the 4th level. But Wang Mang's realm was truly at the 1st level of the sector lord realm. More importantly, Wang Mang was an unfamiliar face. He had no idea at all. In other words, Wang Mang had appeared out of nowhere. He then thought of Li Taijian, who had died in the northern wilderness continent not long ago. In an instant, Blood Demon Emperor guessed that this guy was most likely a newly promoted sector lord. It was just that a newly promoted sector lord whose strength had reached Wang Mang's level was truly rare. After sizing up Wang Mang for a moment, a smile appeared on the Blood Demon King's burly and fierce face. If I'm not wrong, the Black Devil King's injury should be related to your breakthrough to the 6th Order. And you have followed me for quite some time, which proves that you have reached some sort of agreement with the Black Devil King. However, you didn't complete the agreement between the two of you, and instead followed me at this time. You should be thinking of catching both me and the Black Devil King in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles and maximize your benefits. Hearing the Blood Demon King's words, the originally calm and composed Wang Mang was instantly stunned. He looked at the Blood Demon King in astonishment. Wang Mang obviously didn't expect this. This guy had almost instantly guessed the gist of the matter. After a short moment of astonishment, Wang Mang instantly laughed and clapped. Amazing, my matter. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you have already guessed it. Then where do you think I get my confidence from? Or do you think I can kill you? Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Blood Demon King's fierce face revealed a sinister smile. Then let's see how strong you are. Let's see who will kill who. The moment he finished speaking, the Blood Demon King took out a blood-colored spear and pointed it at Wang Mang. This was also a 6th level lower grade god weapon. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's expression was calm, and the God Devourer halberd appeared in his hands. Evidently, Wang Mang was still very confident in being able to kill this fellow. It could be said that within the 4th heaven of Sector Lord Realm, Wang Mang was never afraid of anyone, especially with his tyrannical foundation and the Heaven's Chosen technique that raised his battle strength. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so confident in killing the Blood Demon King. Kill. It was accompanied by a cold and stern shout. Wang Mang raised his halberd and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I want to see if you're just a facade. As he spoke, the Blood Demon King also raised his spear and swept over. In the next moment, the two god weapons in their hands collided. Clang, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, because both of them attacked with full strength, the god weapons in their hands carried terrifying power of laws. Under the collision, both of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Observing carefully, Wang Mang discovered that under the circumstances, where he didn't use the heaven's chosen technique, his strength was really not much different from a fourth heaven of Sector Lord realm. The two's previous attacks didn't even determine who was better, and could be said to be equal. Similarly, the Blood Demon King's expression was heavy, and his gaze towards Wang Mang no longer had any contempt. Because he had already guessed something, no wonder the former Black Demon King was willing to cooperate with this guy. After this guy broke through to the Sector Lord realm, he had the cultivation of a first heaven of Sector Lord realm and the battle strength of a fourth heaven of Sector Lord realm. This proved that the guy in front of him had extremely high achievements when he was at the 5th level, and was very likely the new city lord of the Black region. Therefore, while attacking Wang Mang again, the Blood Demon King asked at the same time, "You're the new city lord of the Black region?" Hearing this, Wang Mang raised his halberd and slashed towards the Blood Demon King, replying, "Didn't you already guess it? Still asking?" Clang! Another sound of weapons clashing rang out. At the same time, the halberd in Wang Mang's hand became faster and faster. But what surprised Wang Mang was that, facing the halberd in his hand, the Blood Demon King was at ease and mocked indifferently. "I've been fighting for 900 million years. How rich is my battle experience? If the city lord only has this strength, it's not enough to kill me." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered, "Then today will be the day you fall." While speaking, Wang Mang slashed his halberd at the Blood Demon King with all his might. The Blood Demon King didn't back down, raising his halberd and clashing with Wang Mang again. The two were once again shaken by the terrifying power of law and retreated tens of meters. Then the Blood Demon Lord, who was holding the long spear, smiled calmly. "You can't do it either. City Lord, whose death anniversary will it be next year?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. The halberd in his hand floated in front of him. Then his hands kept forming seals. Seeing this, the Blood Demon King laughed. Would he be afraid of divine arts? In terms of divine arts, he had broken through to the Sector Lord level and naturally had his own divine arts foundation. At the same time, Wang Mang's Devour Law gathered like clouds, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Wang Mang raised his voice and angrily shouted, "I'm the chosen one. I'm also the only one." Just as he finished speaking, in the sky, a black Devour Law light pillar descended from the sky, enveloping him. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura began to rise crazily, and as time passed, Wang Mang's aura became stronger and stronger. Double, triple. However, Wang Mang's aura was still rising crazily. Chapter 958. Seeing this scene, the Blood Demon King, who was originally relaxed and had a mocking smile on his face, instantly stiffened, especially when the light pillar of the Law of Devour disappeared. Wang Mang's aura increased by 6 times. At this moment, he could no longer laugh, and his eyes were full of shock and uncertainty. Could this be a divine ability to increase combat power? Thinking of this, the Blood Demon King's face turned ugly. Finally, he knew. Where did Wang Mang's confidence come from to hunt him down? Because divine abilities that could increase combat power were too rare among the 6th order divine abilities. If he really had to rank the 6th order divine abilities, the first divine ability to increase combat power, the second divine ability to defend the body, if the current him were to continue fighting with Wang Mang would definitely be defeated. Perhaps there was a real possibility that he might perish. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the Blood Demon King turned into a stream of light and flew away. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh and chased after this guy. In just a few moments, Wang Mang easily blocked the Blood Demon King's path with his sixfold combat strength. What? Why are you running? Aren't you curious whether I can kill you? Do you think I can kill you? While mocking, Wang Mang held the halberd and attacked the Blood Demon King again. After trying to dodge several times, the Blood Demon King could only hold his spear and block the halberd with a sullen face. But in the next moment, the Blood Demon King's face changed drastically. This terrifying law of devour was simply too terrifying. Under the attack of Wang Mang's halberd, the Blood Demon King was sent flying backward by the terrifying law of devour. Then, without waiting for the Blood Demon King to react, Wang Mang rushed forward again and slashed the Blood Demon King with his halberd. Damn it! After cursing angrily, the Blood Demon King quickly raised the long spear in his hand and blocked above his head. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of weapons colliding, the Blood Demon King was directly suppressed to the ground by Wang Mang. Rumble! Under the absolute suppression of Wang Mang's strength, the Blood Demon King's face was distorted as he knelt on the ground. Blood was flowing out of his hands that were holding the spear, and his aura had also become extremely unstable. Open for me. Just as Wang Mang was about to attack again, the Blood Demon King roared and tried to stand up. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. The halberd in his hand carried the terrifying law of devour as he slashed down again. Plop! The Blood Demon King, who was trying to shout, was once again suppressed by Wang Mang and forced to kneel on the ground. 100-meter-deep crater was smashed into the ground. Fellow Taoist, why are you kneeling? At this moment, Wang Mang's face was full of mockery. At the same time, the halberd in his hand smashed down with all his might. Very quickly, the Blood Demon King was smashed into the ground by Wang Mang's crazy attacks. At the same time, the Blood Demon King's face was hideous. He couldn't help but beg for mercy in pain. Fellow Taoist, please let me go. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly sneered. Why are you begging for mercy? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? As he spoke, Wang Mang's hand chopped faster and faster. He didn't give the Blood Demon King a chance to breathe at all. After a full half an hour, the Blood Demon King, with disheveled hair, was covered in blood. His hands were covered in blood. Furthermore, Wang Mang had seized the opportunity to sever one of his legs. There was no doubt, with the support of sixfold combat power, Wang Mang could be said to have beaten the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King couldn't fight back at all. This also made Wang Mang's mood very good. Then Wang Mang quietly took out the soul refining gourd. His other hand was smashing the spear that the Blood Demon King blocked above his head with all his might. It had to be said, this guy's combat experience was really too rich. Even if Wang Mang had the strength to crush him, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. But as time passed, there would naturally be more flaws. Just like now, the Blood Demon King was completely suppressed by him and couldn't even escape. At this time, Wang Mang turned the halberd in his hand again, scaring the Blood Demon King so much that he hurriedly took the initiative to raise his spear to block. But this time, Wang Mang didn't slash at the Blood Demon King, but changed it into a slash. Quang dang! The spear in the Blood Demon King's hand was directly sent flying. At the same time, Wang Mang instantly seized the opportunity. He opened the soul refining gourd and activated the law. The next moment, the soul refining gourd opened the gourd and instantly kept the spear inside. Then Wang Mang closed the soul refining gourd, and the halberd in his hand was already on his neck. This also made the Blood Demon King stunned. His eyes dimmed, and he no longer resisted. After all, the halberd was already on his neck, and he couldn't resist at all. And Wang Mang could easily chop off his head, so there was no need to resist. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction, then took out the God-binding cage and said indifferently, "Go in." Hearing this, the Blood Demon King looked at the God-binding cage with a pale face. Finally, under Wang Mang's coercion, he entered the God-binding cage. Before entering, Wang Mang even took his storage ring, because Wang Mang knew that the Blood Demon King was kept in his storage ring. After closing the God-binding cage, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, he had already obtained 2 Sector Lord powerhouses. He could completely take in disciples without any psychological pressure. However, Wang Mang wasn't satisfied. On the contrary, Wang Mang was rushing towards the Black Domain with terrifying speed, because Wang Mang wanted to make the best use of his time before the Heaven's Chosen technique lost its effect. It would be best if he could catch the last Shadow Demon King in one fell swoop. But when Wang Mang reached the Demon Domain, he instantly laughed, because the Shadow Demon King was still in the Black Domain. Hence, Wang Mang was even more unrestrained as he flew towards the Shadow Demon King's location. A few incense sticks worth of time later, Wang Mang arrived at the top of an extremely luxurious hall, his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the air. After seeing this scene, many people in the city were surprised and began to talk about it. Who is this level 6 powerhouse? I don't think I've seen him before. Yeah, such a powerful aura. Why do I feel that his aura is even stronger than the Shadow Demon King? It's not a feeling from his aura is already close to Sector Lord 5th Layer. That's right, I was fortunate enough to meet a Sector Lord 5th Layer whose aura was even stronger than his. What I'm curious about is, where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for trouble with the Shadow Demon King? While everyone was discussing, the Shadow Demon King's figure soared into the sky and stood proudly in front of Wang Mang. He looked at Wang Mang in shock, then frowned and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before? And why did you come to find me?" While speaking, the Shadow Demon King was sizing up Wang Mang and had some guesses in his heart. But Wang Mang's aura made him feel extremely heavy. He was probably also Sector Lord 4th Layer. He was very likely not Wang Mang's match. Under the Shadow Demon King's frowning gaze, Wang Mang had his hands behind his back as he smiled and said arrogantly, "Dao Friend, it's like this. I only want to kill Dao Friend, or be killed by Dao Friend." Chapter 959. Hearing Wang Mang's words, the cultivators who were watching and discussing in the distance were all dumbfounded. What a guy! The most gentle tone, saying the most arrogant words. For a moment, the onlookers were in an uproar. Voices of discussion rose from all directions. Awesome! This mysterious Sector Lord is really fucking arrogant. Not just arrogant. Shadow Demon King has dominated the Black Domain for countless years. Yeah, this guy is really fierce. He wants to kill Shadow Demon King the moment he opens his mouth. He's really good at acting. He's like me in the past. As expected, the ancients didn't lie. There's still a long way to go to act cool. Did you see that? I seriously suspect that I couldn't break through to level 6 because I'm too bad at acting cool. If it's possible, I also want to act like this big shot. You? I'm afraid you won't be able to act cool, even if you have 10 lives. While everyone was discussing, Shadow Demon King was stunned. He then laughed angrily. You only want to beat me to death, or be beaten to death by me. I might not be as strong as you, but to kill me, you're still a bit lacking. He admitted that Wang Mang's strength wasn't a match for Wang Mang among Sector Lords at level 4. Although Wang Mang's aura gave him a strong sense of threat, he was still confident. Hearing this, Wang Mang grinned. Good. I'm not looking forward to being killed by you. As he spoke, Wang Mang's halberd appeared in his hand. He charged towards Shadow Demon King. Seeing this, Shadow Demon King didn't back down. a black halberd appeared in his hand. He laughed coldly. "I'd like to see how capable you are, and whether you can suppress me." In the next moment, the two were about to clash, and Shadow Demon King was the first to attack. The halberd in his hand chopped towards Wang Mang's chest, but what happened next shocked him. Wang Mang didn't dodge. Instead, he stabbed his halberd towards Shadow Demon King's chest. "I don't believe that you won't defend." Seeing this scene, the Shadow Demon King's heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to trade injury for injury. Moreover, he even used the law of shadow with all his strength in an attempt to kill Wang Mang on the spot. In the next moment, there was a popping sound. Wang Mang's halberd instantly pierced through the Shadow Devil King's chest. At the same time, the Shadow Demon King's halberd struck Wang Mang's chest. However, what made the Shadow Demon King collapse was that Wang Mang's white robe was torn apart. A black level 6 godly armor appeared before his eyes. His halberd was unable to break through Wang Mang's divine armor. Clang! It was accompanied by the sound of divine weapons colliding. The halberd in his hand could not harm Wang Mang in the slightest. On the other hand, his chest had already been pierced by the halberd. Just one move. This guy was already seriously injured. Yes, the injuries left behind by a level 6 divine weapon were not something that could be healed quickly. Moreover, after careful observation, one would discover that, at this moment, the law of shadow's power was spreading wildly from the wound on the Shadow Demon King's chest. In the next moment, before the Shadow Demon King could react, Wang Mang pulled out his halberd. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Wang Mang's halberd was placed horizontally on the Shadow Demon King's neck again. He said indifferently, "Don't force me to kill you on the spot." Hearing this, the Shadow Demon King's face turned pale. He clutched his chest and was about to put up a final struggle. However, Wang Mang's halberd pierced through the Shadow Demon King again. The Shadow Demon King screamed in pain. Wang Mang pulled the halberd out of the Shadow Demon King's chest. If this dragged on any longer, the Shadow Demon King would be sucked dry by the God Devourer halberd. After pulling out the halberd, Wang Mang slammed his palm on the Shadow Demon King's chest and took the halberd away. The Shadow Demon King screamed in pain. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He turned around and was about to escape. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered and took out the Smelting Soul Gourd. After opening the gourd, Wang Mang activated the Smelting Soul Gourd with all his might. A terrifying devouring power appeared. "Come in." Wang Mang activated the Smelting Soul Gourd with all his might as he spoke. In the end, the Shadow Demon King, who was about to escape, roared unwillingly, "No!" Unfortunately, the Shadow Demon King was easily sucked into the Smelting Soul Gourd by Wang Mang. The Shadow Demon King was too heavily injured. Wang Mang's halberd had pierced his chest twice. If he was in good condition, he could resist the Smelting Soul Gourd. However, he was heavily injured. After subduing the Shadow Demon King, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then, he quickly flew out of Blackfield City. After Wang Mang left, the crowd was even more shocked. Because Wang Mang's speed was too fast, he only used a few moves to successfully suppress the Shadow Demon King. Of course, they could see that. If the Shadow Demon King didn't choose to exchange injuries with Wang Mang, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. However, it was precisely because the Shadow Demon King had chosen to trade blows that his opponent still had a Type 6 godly armor protecting him. This was one of the reasons why the Shadow Demon King was defeated so quickly. Even so, they were still very shocked. They were at the same level. In the end, this mysterious sector lord, wearing a purple gold mask, appeared. He only used a few moves to easily suppress the Shadow Demon King. This was too exaggerated. In a moment, the cultivators who came back to their senses started discussing. Amazing! He easily suppressed the Shadow Demon King in 3 moves. I just want to know, who is he? Yes, too strong. He easily ended the battle. Looks like in the same level, there's a huge difference in strength. Did everyone notice? Right now, not only has the Black Demon King disappeared, the Blood Demon King has also disappeared. And now even the Shadow Demon King has been captured. Damn, it's true. Doesn't this mean that the 3 strongest kings of the Black Field seem to have disappeared? I feel that the Black Field is about to change. Without the 3 kings, would the Black Field still exist? The Black Field will still exist. The Black Field has been around for too long. It can't be destroyed so easily. While everyone was discussing, at this moment, in a towering black cloud mountain range, Wang Mang was shuttling through the mountain range at top speed, looking for a place to close up. Now, he had already caught all 3 of them. Naturally, he had to deal with them quickly. Especially the Shadow Demon King's injuries were too heavy. If he was locked in the God refining gourd for too long, he would be completely swallowed and refined by the God refining gourd. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang finally found a hidden cave. Then, without saying a word, Wang Mang began to set up a barrier. Half an hour later, after setting up the barrier, Wang Mang walked into the cave. But right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the mission of taking revenge on Li Taijian. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 billion energy values. Prompt. 200 billion energy values has been automatically converted into 2,000 law values. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained sector Lord Treasure Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained sector Lord Blind Box X1. Chapter 960. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned again. If it wasn't for the system prompt, he had almost forgotten about it. Moreover, the reward was not bad. After all, a mosquito's leg was also meat. Besides, 3,000 law points was not a small amount. As expected, when his luck was good, even the air was sweet. Everything was going according to his wishes. Thinking of this, Wang Mang hummed a little tune. After entering the depths of the cave, Wang Mang released the Shadow Demon King from the God refining gourd and directly led him into the God imprisoning cage. When the Blood Demon King in the God imprisoning cage saw the Shadow Demon King, he was even more stunned. Why were you captured too? Hearing this, the Shadow Demon King's face was full of bitterness. He asked weakly, I wanted to ask you the same thing. Didn't you bring the Black Demon King to the East God continent to auction? Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Wang Mang began to pick up the storage rings again. Soon, Wang Mang took out the 2 storage rings, as well as the Black Demon King's storage ring. However, the amount of resources stored in their storage rings left Wang Mang flabbergasted. Too many. A low-grade 6-tier Shadow Halberd. A low-grade 6-tier Black Demon Spear. A low-grade 6-tier Blood-Drinking Spear. A low-grade 6-tier Demon Slayer Sword. 3 low-grade 6-tier treasures. God Imprisoning Cage, Heaven Trapping Cage, and God Binding Rope. In addition, there were even more low-grade 6-tier Law Crystals. There were a total of 5 million low-grade 6-tier Law Crystals. Even if it was converted into Law Points, it would be 50,000 Law Points. Other than that, there were no other items. But it was worth mentioning. This was already a lot. It could be said that the harvest this time, it was simply more than Wang Mang had imagined. Damn it! I'm rich! I'm rich! At this moment, Wang Mang finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this scene, the Black Demon King in the heaven trapping cage had a gloomy expression and a complicated look in his eyes. The moment he saw Wang Mang, he had guessed that Wang Mang would not fulfill his oath. Not only that, the Black Devil King did not expect that. After breaking through to the Sixth Order, Wang Mang's strength was so powerful. He had actually captured the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King. Furthermore, he had fallen into their hands. It could be said that all three of them had fallen into Wang Mang's hands. Thinking of this, the Black Devil King immediately regretted his decision, and his face was filled with anger. I regret it very much. I shouldn't have reached an agreement with you back then. I shouldn't have helped you capture Li Taijin and let you break through to the Sixth Order. You untrustworthy, heartless, untrustworthy bastard. You won't have a good end. Hearing the Black Devil King's curses, Wang Mang, who was laughing, suddenly froze. He turned to look at the Dark Devil King and couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I wasn't the one who caught you. You're the one who fell into their hands. Are you blaming me? As for leaving you in the lurch, why should I save you? I'm your father. Why should I save you? After hearing Wang Mang's mockery, the Black Devil King was so angry that his whole body trembled. On the other hand, the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King couldn't help but look at the Black Devil King angrily. Look at what you've done. If you weren't trying to help him get the Sixth Order quota, you wouldn't have been injured. If you weren't injured, the two of us wouldn't have taken the opportunity to hunt you. And all of us wouldn't have fallen into his hands in the end. Hearing this, the Black Devil King's face turned even uglier. Because, in fact, it was true. The Black Devil King had been injured in order to help Wang Mang get the Sixth Order quota. This also allowed the two of them to seize the opportunity to attack him immediately. In the end, all three of them were in trouble. The three kings of the Black region had all fallen into the hands of Wang Mang in the end. After hearing the discussion of the three of them, Wang Mang was also stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was because Wang Mang didn't expect the cause of the matter to turn out like this. It could be said that he had won without doing anything. He had become the biggest beneficiary in the end. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't be in such a hurry to kill you. After saying that, Wang Mang put the three of them into the storage ring one after another. After that, Wang Mang was in a good mood and silently said in his heart, "System, convert 5 million inferior Sixth Order crystals into precept points." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully converted 5 million inferior Sixth Order crystals." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully gained 50,000 precept points." Ding. "The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution?" No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more elated. After that, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, All Heavens Expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace Member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2-star, Divine Devil Snake Blood. Realm, Sector Lord 1st level, Unparalleled Prodigy. Body, 850 meters long, 40 meters wide, 3 billion tons in weight. Divine Ability, Ancient Devil Tyrannical Body, Pseudo 6, 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6, Spirit Devouring Technique, Pseudo 6, Escape Wind, Pseudo 6, 3 Devouring Techniques, 6 levels, Heaven's Chosen Technique, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, Rank 6 low-grade bad luck card X1, designated lottery chance X1, God binding rope 6 levels, God imprisoning cage 6 levels, Heaven imprisoning cage 6 levels, Sector Lord level blind box X1, Sector Lord level treasure chest X1. Equipment: Sovereign mask 5 levels, God refining gourd 6 levels, God devouring halberd 6 levels, 100 war God armor 6 levels, Green lotus sword 6 levels, slaughtering demon blade 6 levels, blood drinking spear 6 levels, dark shadow halberd 6 levels, demon slaying sword 6 levels. Talent 19050/20,000 legend prodigy. Law 60,000/30,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Amazing, very amazing. He had accumulated too many good things now. Just the rank 6 divine weapons alone, he had a total of 8. There were also 4 rank 6 treasures. If he sold them all, his harvest would definitely not be low. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in high spirits. He didn't think that after breaking through to rank 6, it would be like using cheats, completely defying the heavens. Even Wang Mang could already imagine the scene of him breaking through to the world king level existence. Awesome. Very awesome. At this moment, Wang Mang's mood was very good. Sector Lord's second heaven, he could break through at any time. As for Sector Lord third heaven, that would depend on his accumulation. But according to Wang Mang's guess, it shouldn't be difficult. Sector Lord level blind box and treasure chest, he hadn't opened them yet. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but look forward to it. Then Wang Mang didn't hesitate and said in his heart, "System, open the Sector Lord level treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord level treasure chest." Chapter 961. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord grade treasure chest." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 rules of nature." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 800 rules of nature." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 rules of nature." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 rules of nature." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 rules of nature." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of Shiji Lang jelly." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of fresh squeezed chicken buttocks." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 pieces of the top 10 professional fun outfits." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 6 divine weapon fusion card." After listening to the system's announcement of the reward, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. What the F***CK? That's it. He just got 3,000 rules of nature? Wasn't that a little too little? After all, this was the first time he had opened a Sector Lord treasure chest. Wang Mang really couldn't make up his mind. This Sector Lord treasure chest, how many rules of nature did he have to open to be considered good? And how many rules of nature did he have to open to be considered a loss? Therefore, although Wang Mang was a little disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and continued to chant silently. "System, open the Sector Lord grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord grade blind box." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 rules of nature." Only 1,000 rules of nature? Wasn't that a little too little? After hearing the system's reward, Wang Mang was somewhat dissatisfied, but Wang Mang still calmed down and continued to wait for the next reward. Another minute later, the system's voice rang out for the second time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1,000 rules of nature. Another 1,000. This sector Lord Grade blind box wasn't good enough. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but complain. Another minute later, the system's voice rang out for the third time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1,000 rules of nature. F***CK. Another 1,000. System, do you dare to give me more? For a moment, Wang Mang was a little these 3 rewards prizes. All in all, this was only 300 billion rules of nature. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, another minute passed. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2,000 rules of nature. After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang's expression soften a little. This way, it wasn't too bad. He had already obtained 5,000 rules of nature. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Very quickly, another minute passed. The system's voice rang out for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2,000 rules of nature. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was once again overjoyed. Not bad. Not bad at all. He now had 2 boxes. The accumulated rules of nature. He had reached 10,000 rules of nature. Overall, it was very good. It was equivalent to 1/3 of the rules of nature he needed to evolve. Just as Wang Mang was in a good mood, the system's voice rang out for the 6th time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 box of arsenic crane top red. Are you trying to poison me to death? After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was stunned. But Wang Mang wasn't stunned for long. The system's voice rang out for the 7th time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 10 nuclear bombs. What the F***CK are these things? What a nuclear bomb! As long as he was willing, the power of his sneeze was greater than a nuclear bomb. Under Wang Mang's ridicule, a minute passed quickly. Then, the system's voice rang out for the 8th time. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 box of brain platinum. Good heavens! F***CK, a box of brain platinum. System, I feel like you're insulting me. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was even angrier. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. In general, this Sector Lord blind box was much better than a Sector Lord treasure chest. After all, the rules of nature from a Sector Lord treasure chest were much less than a Sector Lord blind box. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became much better. Then, Wang Mang couldn't wait to say in his heart, System, begin evolving. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Successfully deducted 30,000 rules of nature. Beginning evolution. Then Wang Mang completely lost consciousness. 1 month later. Only then did Wang Mang wake up from his evolution. After slowly opening his eyes, Wang Mang was surprised to find that his strength was once again 10 times stronger than before. Similarly, the side effects of Wang Mang's Heaven's Chosen chant had also passed. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Mang could clearly feel how strong his Devour rules of nature was. The strength of his body had also become stronger. Obviously, this evolution, even his physical body, had improved a lot. Of course, this strength definitely couldn't resist a rank 6 divine weapon. However, Wang Mang was very satisfied. He wanted to improve his physical body, to be comparable to a divine weapon. How was this possible? Unless he had a rank 6 divine ability. Moreover, it was under the condition of using it. Or else, any sector, Lord-level expert, couldn't ignore a rank 6 divine weapon. After Wang Mang carefully sensed his powerful body, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this the battle strength of a Sector Lord 5th layer? The current me, with the support of Heaven's chosen chant, I'm afraid I'm still invincible among the rank 5. After sighing for a while, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, open my personal information. Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to take a look. The rules of nature needed for the next breakthrough. The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, Empyrean expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2 stars, Divine Devil Snake Blood. Realm, Sector Lord 1st layer, Unparalleled Prodigy. Body shape, 850 meters long, 40 meters wide, 3 billion tons in weight. Divine ability, Ancient Devil Tyrant Body, Pseudo Rank 6, 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo Rank 6, Devour God Art, Pseudo Rank 6, Escape Wind Technique, Pseudo Rank 6, 3 Devour Arts, 6 levels, Heaven's Chosen Chant, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, Rank 6 Lower Grade Bad, Luck Card X1, Designated Lottery Chance X1, Rank 6 Middle Grade Divine Weapon Fusion Card X1, God Binding Rope, 6 levels, God Imprisoning Cage, 6 levels, Heaven Imprisoning Cage, 6 levels. Equipment, Sovereign Mask, 5 levels, God Refining Gourd, 6 levels, God Devouring Halberd, 6 levels, 100 War God Armor, 6 levels, Green Lotus Sword, 6 levels, Slaughtering Demon Blade, 6 levels, Blood Drinking Spear, 6 levels, Dark Shadow Halberd, 6 levels, Demon Slayer Sword, 6 levels, Talent, 19050/20,000, Legend Prodigy. Rules, 40,000/60,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He actually evolved again with only 60,000 rules of nature. This wasn't difficult for Wang Mang at all. In fact, he only needed to sell some rank 6 divine weapons. He reckoned that he would be able to obtain a lot of rules of nature. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's Nationally Clan's elder chose to temporarily avoid them. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 500 rules of nature. God Emperor level treasure, chest X1. Mission 2, facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's Nationally Clan's elder chose to fight and win. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10,000 rules of nature. God Emperor level treasure, chest X1. God Emperor level blind box, X1. Mission 3. Facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's Nationally Clan's elder chose to kill them. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 20,000 rules of nature. Sector Lord level blind box, X1. Sector Lord level treasure, chest X1.